Alright, what is going on YouTube? An $18,000 team game tournament hosted by the White Wolf Palace sponsor over here, the sponsor for the big Chinese team with Mr. Yolix and many others. The format of the tournament is extremely complicated, so I'm gonna try to briefly explain what the heck is going on over here before we jump into the first game between Team Vivi and Team CL. So first of all, this is going to be a best of 3 group stage in a round robin setting. This is the third round already. We have Team CL with 2-0 score, and Vivi's team is also 2-0 scoreline. So these are two of the three unbeaten teams in the tournament so far. And as I said, it's going to be a best of 3, but it's not that simple because you also will have the first score awarded for a team that wins a best of 5 of 1v1s. Each team has a bunch of low-rated players as well, ranging from around 1600 elo all the way up to the pros like CL, Vivi, and so. And basically, part of the reason why the White Wolf Palace sponsor decided to host this event is to sort of get some coaching in for the slightly lower-rated Chinese community. And this way, for the first score to be awarded in this 3 that we are going to see, it's going to be a best of 5 between each player of the two teams that will also play sort of co-op with the team captain Vivi and CL. Vivi and CL will not be able to or not be allowed to intervene in any way. They will only be allowed to sort of coach the player and see their perspective. That's the simple explanation. I know it's complicated. It took me quite a few time as well to figure things out. Anyways, we have a Chinese mirror over here. The two players that we are going to see sort of playing the 1v1 section here first is going to be Ming and Xiaoxing. So, as you see, CL and Vivi will sort of be the coaches. They are not allowed to do anything. They're allowed to sort of see what their teammate sees, sort of do some coaching style play over here. And this is going to be the case for every other game as well. That's how it's going to work out in this one. Whereas on the other side, as I said, this is Vivi and Xiaoxing. Now, Ming and Xiaoxing are around the bottom of the top 100 list or so, depends on what they are looking at, but they are still the second strongest player behind Vivi and CL respectively on their teams. So, two pretty good players over here. As we go forward more and more in this mini best of 5 for the first score in the entire set, you are going to have some lower rated players hitting the field as well. As I said, the sponsor's intention partially is to help out for the lower rated players in the Chinese community. And by lower rated, I don't mean, I don't know, 900 elo. We're talking about still 16, 1700s, but people that are not considered professionals in the Chinese community are the targets for this one. All right. So we're gonna have Chinese meters over here to start with. I think civilization-wise they're allowed to pick any civilization, but obviously Chinese, one of the best Arabian civilizations over here. Flexibility with both archers and cavalry. We're going to see the new Arabia being used, which is something I really dislike. I just don't like how empty the middle of it. This doesn't feel like Arabia. There is a map called, I think, Desert or so. It feels more like that. And that is not something I'm really happy about, I'm not gonna lie. So, we're gonna have Bagberries for Xiaoxing over here. He's 4 on wood. His gold is actually surprisingly safe, and overall his base is very, very safe for this Arabia script. So, easy wall off over here, easy wall off over here, and he's just gonna use the TC as part of his wall. Whereas on the other side, the gold mine is relatively safe over here as well. The wood lines aren't amazing, but you can wall this off over here and wall this off in front as well. Berries are also relatively safe over here, so fairly decent map for both players. Definitely not one of the more open versions or more open generations of this script. Oftentimes it is such a wide open map. But anyways, we're gonna have a deer being pushed in here, or well, ostriches. Oh, that's a bad house. Holy smokes, that's the worst possible house I've seen in a long time. Keep in mind that these guys still have pretty decent elo. I'm just gonna check out real quick, but Ming is almost 2300. He's 74th on the leaderboard, and that is the worst possible house you can place. It's not because it's bad right now, it's because it's going to block the perfect mining camp spot for that stone mine. That is the mining camp spot for that stone mine. So that is a very, very sad and disappointing house over there. For now, it looks like Ming is just gonna be pushing in all the deer here. As you see, that's probably a bit of a coaching, as we discussed, that technically the higher skilled players, so Vivi and CL, are not allowed to intervene or do anything. And by do anything, I assume we mean that he's not allowed to control units, micro, macro, whatsoever. He's just allowed to sort of tell what's going on to the other, raise his attention to certain things, stuff like that is what I can imagine. So you're gonna have a barracks coming in here. This is probably gonna be a minute arms opening from Shaoxing, whereas on the other side you're gonna have probably minute arms opening as well from Ming. Now both CL and Vivi are known to be big tower players, so it's not impossible that they're also trying to sort of coach their own teammate to have a similar approach. And because of that, wait a second, what if this house is intentional? I'm thinking out loud here, but there is a possibility that this house is intentional. Hear me out. So, if you would ever want to place a mining camp over here, this would be the spot. And maybe Ming or CL just doesn't know that the polysite scanning no longer works. Because back in the days, when you could scan for mining camps or other buildings with polysite walls, this would have been a perfect decoy to make your opponent think that you're mining stone. Seeing that this house is also being placed over here, that's unlikely to be the case, but still, back in the days, this would have been a very, very nice decoy. Looks like Ming has already found the base of Shaoxing over here, as our blue scout will only venture out. Actually, he did quite a bit of a scouting over here. Not an awful lot. He took one hit as well from the opponent's scout, as we now have a mirror Man-at-Arms plays over here. Man-at-Arms already marching out for Ming over here. Same thing for Shaoxing. Shaoxing has the third militia lagging behind, and it looks like the two groups of infantry will just pass each other over here. Whereas on the other side, you're gonna have Vos coming up. This could be a perfect spot for Ming here. Let's see if he sees the villager. He does. He does see the villager, and that is gonna be a dead villager most likely, unless a quick wall can be observed. And it's unlikely. The Man-at-Arms may also be heading this way, or they would just try to run past the TC as it is, because that barracks is pretty far away from the TC, so you might be able to run past it. And indeed, that's the case. Looks like Shaoxing is late with the reaction. The Man-at-Arms do get in. They took some beating, but it's still completely fine. There is one villager down here for Shaoxing. He has to open his walls to save the other one, but really, this villager would have died anyways. I don't know why he opened up the walls. Because the thing is that even if he brings in his scout, at this point it's worth it for Red to just snipe the villager, and he is gonna do it. Nice quick walls on the other end by Shaoxing. So that's gonna help quite considerably at protecting these villas, but not these. And it looks like this Man-at-Arms opening is paying off really well over here for our red player. We already have 3 villagers killed. Now, considering that we are talking about slightly lower elo, we should consider the fact that it's one thing that you're killing villas, but if your TC is idle in the process, it doesn't matter. Looks like Shaoxing even cancelled the Man-at-Arms upgrade at this point, but you see that the villager difference is only 2 over here, despite the fact that 3 villagers were killed. Nice move from Ming to pull the weak scout over here, as at the end his Man-at-Arms get cleaned up, but 3 villagers killed is 3 villagers killed, despite the fact that reality is that because of the idle time, it's only accounting for 2, but 2 villagers leading the mirror civilization setup is nice, plus you already have the archer range up, and archers coming in for our red player. Same thing for Shaoxing, who is going for the blacksmith. There is no blacksmith just yet for Ming, so he's gonna have to play this one a little bit slower until he gets his own blacksmith upgrades over here. What's that range placement? Oh yeah, that's an interesting range over here. I guess Shaoxing was like, hey, he ran past my TC once, I'm not gonna let him do that again, but sure enough, this blocks quite a lot of precious farming space. Overall, the base layout of Ming seems to be slightly better over here. We did talk about Ming being 74th on the leaderboard. Shaoxing is the 75th. So, realistically or theoretically speaking, the two players are basically even at elo. They are following each other. Oh, there is the blacksmith, it's just hiding behind the barracks. They're following each other on the leaderboard. So far, Mink felt a little bit more convincing, and he, I think, is a slightly more renowned player as well than Shaoxing is. So, we are gonna have 4 archers and a skirm coming in here for Mink for defense. He is going to temporarily lose his berries here, but that's not the end of the world. He just needs to make sure he doesn't lose a villager here, because that's where things could get rough. Nicely saving the low HP build, sending 2 high HP ones to save the day, as he's gonna be able to pick off the militias here pretty easily. So far, both players have fletching. Armor is also coming in here for Ming in this one. So, it looks like we have a pause over here, which allows us to evaluate the situation. One of the things I love about this position for Ming is that he still has his scout alive. Even though this scout currently is inactive, this still gives him a chance to scout for neutral resources, scout for relics, whereas on the other side, there is no information like that available. Both players are starting to mix in skirmishers, so someone might pull the trigger eventually on scouts, but it doesn't seem to be the case right now. Shaoxing, on the other hand, is now going for double ranges, so he will soon outnumber his opponent here. 7 archers, 3 skirms versus 4 archers, 5 skirms. If there is someone that will eventually go for cavalry, that's probably going to be Shaoxing, because his opponent is actually very, very heavy on skirms now. In fact, currently Ming is just going almost full skirms. He made a couple of initial archers, but ever since then it's only full skirm production for him. Is this cope? Yes, but the higher skilled players, CL and Vivi, are not allowed to do anything with units or so. They are just allowed to see the perspective of the opponent and sort of give feedback, do just like you would have a coaching session, sort of. So they're allowed to tell, hey, in this situation, this is what you would be able to use. So basically, someone that can give you advice. That's the whole concept. You're going to see this for the entire 1v1 section. So each team has 6 players, and basically the team captain will co-op all 5 of those players, starting from tier 2. The tier 2 is the highest skilled player, other than team captain, that is Ming and Shaoxing. And I guess the second game will be tier 3 players, who are slightly lower rated. The fun thing about them is that many have these Chinese usernames that I just can't read because I can't read Chinese. So at some point, we'll only be calling players by name or by their colors. Alright, looks like Shaoxing is hiding his army over here. This is a massive, massive loop around. As a defensive tower comes in, we will have a lot of things to talk about in this one. First off, I think that this tower is a little unnecessary, because you could have held it just like he did right now. I'm not saying it's a bad decision, because still, it's better to save your gold mine than to just, end up losing it. So even if it feels like an overinvestment, if it guarantees you safety, sure enough, go for it. Vector, thank you so much for the 5 months resub. The other thing I wanted to highlight is that this group of archers went all the way around here. It tried to be very sneaky, but it just bumped into a bunch of walls that are reinforced by houses. So Ming's base now is super well fortified. He's progressing towards Castle Age, whereas our blue player is nowhere close. Mostly because he is investing a little more into the archers and skirms. So Ming only played 1 range, whereas Shaoxing went 2. Here's a big scuffle. Eventually, archers will be picked off from Shaoxing, and he shouldn't run into the face of those skirms. Indeed, he needs to run. That's exactly what he needs to do here. This is still a good fight for Ming. Remember, he was 1 range versus 2. He just recently finished his 2nd range. So the fact that he could even the army numbers out while he's beating his opponent to Castle Age by a massive margin is pretty nice over here. So, for now, Xiaoxing is idling his TC. He needs to force drop food over here, but he's probably microing his skirms, so that's why he didn't do this. But anyways, we are coming in with Castle Age as well for blue. His situation is not hopeless, but it's actually not ideal either. Stonewall is coming in here, something that you often see in Chinese games. But if you stonewall this, you gotta stonewall this one as well, as a forward siege workshops comes in right on the top of this hill. This is a beautiful hill to go for siege workshop with. It denies this stone and allows you to launch an assault against the gold mine over here. Still 140 away from Castle Age is Xiaoxing, and we're gonna have a stable coming in here in a moment. Crossbows are already moving in. The crossbows do have a +2/+1, so it's a pretty decent chunk of upgrades, as we'll have a full knight switch here from Xiaoxing. He will need his own defensive siege workshop, that's for sure. And considering that he doesn't have access to stone, he will be staying on 1 TC for a while. Whereas for Ming, he's also adding a 2nd town center. It looks like his first half of the game was probably better than the one from his opponent. He can afford University Ballistics, Forward Siege Workshop, and a 2nd TC. That's a very, very good start there for Ming. Crossbow still poking around, just trying to deny some farms over here. That's already some value there as well. Even Heavy Plow is something that CL and Ming can afford in this one. Whereas on the other side, Bloodlines and Scaleboarding will be the investments of Xiaoxing. So instead of eco upgrades, he's investing into a tech switch. Crossbowman coming in for Xiaoxing as he's going to launch a counterattack. But as I said, Ming's base is super, super safe over here. He might lose a couple of vills to these crossbows, but I don't think there is going to be massive losses. On the other hand, Xiaoxing's situation is going to get harder and harder over here. Town Watch on the way for our blue player, but no defensive siege workshops so far, something that he will desperately need against those mangonels. So, crossbows, oh, this is not going to be a counterattack to the base. This is going to be a whole lot of loop around, and he just wants to sandwich this army in between a couple of knights coming from one side. The knights don't have +2 defense, so the crossbows can pick them off. And look at this, Xiaoxing is coming in to take down the Vil. The repair villager is the most important, and the knights now take down the mangonel. What a micro there. There is another mangonel inside that siege workshop though, so Xiaoxing will be forced back for a moment, but he definitely took a win in that fight. And now he can potentially launch a counterattack with those crossbows, and this might be the moment where Ming needs to be careful. Especially because there might be a hole in here. But even if there isn't, there is still some weak spots, especially when knights arrive, because knights can actually bash through houses relatively fast as well. Still, crossbows denying this wood line over here. There's already 7 villagers killed, by the way, by Ming, so he picked off a couple of vills on this wood line, I believe, while our blue player got distracted. This is not a good fight, though, for Xiaoxing by any means. He doesn't have +2 defense, so those knights will melt like butter. As we are gonna have... I think the crossbow should focus down that gate as well. Something that they are starting to do right now. There is no ballistics for Xiaoxing, so it's not gonna be very, very easy to pick off any villagers here, and it looks like he's just gonna end up losing a knight in this incursion. His TC is still being shelled by mangonels, and there is no defensive siege workshop here for Xiaoxing. He's definitely having a tough wood situation now, because this is the only wood line he can work with, and I don't think that Xiaoxing has noticed yet that he lost all these vills on the wood line, because he only has 8 on wood, which is very underwhelming. On the other hand, he finds a weak spot, and it looks like this is the moment where the crossbows can break in. A villager goes down, but for all the bad things that happened to Xiaoxing, now he has the chance to retaliate, because Ming's entire food eco is gonna be idled, and he's gonna have to evacuate his wood line. That is a massive problem right now for the red player. And behind this one, look at this. Xiaoxing is going to use that distraction to send in the knights and destroy those mangonels and those crossbows. That's a very, very nice 1-2 punch over there. You see, Here's the fight with the distraction, and now the knights come in. The problem is that those knights do not have +2 defense, so they will still have a tough time dealing with all those crossbows. Still, no gold income for Ming right now, no food income. He is floating an awful lot of wood. Meanwhile, the mangonels do get cleaned up over here, so I guess the goal was ultimately achieved by Shaoxing over here, as he was able to clean up that aggression. And truth being told, Ming does have a 14 villagers lead, but his eco is still idle. Like, he doesn't have food income to make his TCs work right now, so Shaoxing can catch up. And also, no gold income, no wood income, so currently there was basically no resource income for Ming over here, and that pretty much crippled his chances of making any army. And this is the moment where you have a bunch of knights here that if they get the +2 defense, suddenly they will steamroll this group of crossbows. So we're talking about 12 knights versus 6 crossbows and 6 elite skirms. That is an easy win even without +2 defense, but with +2 it's even better. And we already have the siege workshop coming in. It's not super close. It could have been a little closer for our blue player over here, but anyways, it's gonna be good enough to push these 2 archer ranges. Might be a bit of an overcommitment here from Shaoxing, though you probably don't want to dive beneath that TC, or do you? Do you want to dive beneath that TC? That is an ambitious decision here by our blue player, but if it pays off, it's gonna pay off big time, because the army goes down. It looks like it is paying off for Shaoxing. It was a gamble because he risked losing his entire army, but he cleaned up the entire army of Ming over here, and a game that was dominated by Ming suddenly falls apart, and we're looking into Shaoxing having those good counterattacks and being able to just divert the attention of Ming is massive here, as a monk gets a conversion on a high HP knight. That's definitely value, but look at this. Ming's eco is getting torn apart here. He's still ahead in villagers, but the efficiency of his economy is just absolutely horrendous. We're talking about 40% efficiency. That is just completely awful for Ming at this point, and you already see that there is going to be mangonels coming in. A barracks will be the reaction from Ming here, but from this point on, he is just one step behind compared to his opponent. So, indeed, camos would be the solution right now for Ming. He just doesn't have the gold income or the food income to make that tech switch easily. He could start making a stable, and now he's doing it. But this is still rough, because the thing is that if a couple of camos pop out here supported by monks, that may still slow down the push of Shaoxing, and Shaoxing is only 1 TC, so Ming just needs to hold this off for a brief moment, and then he can still capitalize on his better eco. And as surprising as it is, he's producing villagers very consistently here. So once these guys get cleaned up, this will actually turn into a pretty decent situation still for Ming. Probably not if you run into knights like that, but he is still 71 villagers against 57, so I may have spoken too soon. Shaoxing definitely has quite a lot of leverage here, and now he's shelling that TC. And there is an overchop on the left side, so there's still a lot of potential for Shaoxing to get in. But now that that knight gets converted, that the camos pop out, despite the fact these camos have 0 upgrades, this is still an alright spot for Ming, because he's 10 villagers ahead, defensive siege workshop coming in here. And it looks like crossbowmen will be the answer by Shaoxing. So he sees that there is camos coming, he sees that there is no armor on them. What he's gonna do is just start popping out crossbows to deal with them. Interestingly enough, he is actually firing at the university, which is a surprising choice, because you could take down the production buildings over here, you could start taking on TC. This only opens up the base of Ming here a little bit more. It looks like Ming is not too worried about this mangonel push currently, as I see villagers being added to stone, so eventually we are going to see a defensive castle over here as the camos pop out to the left side. Looks like Shaoxing will find the overchop, but he will just bump into the camos here, so the camos will deal with the knights. Vivi and CL are the coaches, or are they playing? They are the coaches. Vivi and CL will not play as players in the 1v1 section. They're just sort of coaching the other players. So, iron casting coming in here for Shaoxing. This is why I'm calling out the players by the names of Shaoxing and Ming, because those are the actual players playing. So iron casting will be coming in here, which means that those will be +2/+2 knights, and remember that the camels don't have any meaningful upgrades, +1 defense is just now coming in. Oh! What a shot! Hera would be so proud. Was it a mangonel delete or... nope. This was just unlucky for Shaoxing here. He fired a little faster, and what that means is that this mangonel gets destroyed by the time the projectile arrives over here. Which means that it is going to remove the decrease of damage firing up hills, so he was able to take down 2 mangonels. Funnily enough, if Shaoxing doesn't take a shot there, he would have survived with both of his mangonels. Scouts being added here by Shaoxing, a surprising turn of events, as we have a Knight's counterattack coming in here by CL. I wouldn't call Shaoxing's economy good by any means, as there is a bit of a mass migration now that the Knights have run past the TC. Obviously, now Shaoxing is once again taking over. Looks like we'll have one big fight to decide the outcome of the game here close to the base of Ming. There is still a 10 villagers lead for Ming in this one. Shaoxing's economy is sort of non-existent right now, as we are going to have another 1-for-1 mangonel trade. Army numbers are favoring Shaoxing here as well, as we still have a couple of knights over here. Camels will be added by our blue player to deal with this one. And here we go. This doesn't feel like it's enough for Ming. I think he just needs to play a little bit more patiently, just make sure that his opponent overcommits. Here come the knights. That's 4 monks, and I think that's at least 3 conversions I see. This is, I think, an overextension here from Shaoxing. He's got +2/+2, and his opponent only has +1 defense on those camels, but there is town center fire, there is mangonel fire, there was 4 monks here, and you see that this was a massive overextension from Shaoxing. Combine it with the fact that he's still behind by 13 villagers, and I would say that now Ming once again is taking over. What a back and forth game this is. It's really hard to tell who's actually winning in a certain moment, because neither of the players are playing perfect, so in many moments it's like whoever is gonna make a smaller mistake. For now, Shaoxing has added a second TC, but villager production consistency is not really a thing for him. Whereas it looks like Ming is going to capitalize on his better army now, because here come the villagers, and they will just go for a mining camp despite having the stone available for a castle. I thought that these are going for a castle here. There is battering rams also added now. I like this from Ming. He's using this forward siege workshop still to leverage the fact that he's got the army numbers advantage, although he needs to be careful, because as much as Shaoxing overcommitted in the previous one, this is an overcommitment from Ming. He doesn't have even +2 defense on those camels, no attack upgrades, so he needs to be careful. Because I think crossbow camel here from Shaoxing can still save the day. Shaoxing's gold income is very underwhelming, by the way. He's got only 9 on gold. But it looks like we're in for an extended castle age. Ming was able to take an additional gold mine in this one, which, funnily enough, is, I think, a secondary gold. It has to be, because it's 4 tiles. Yeah, this is the secondary gold, one of the secondary golds for Shaoxing, because this one is the one for Ming. As now, Shaoxing is going to take down that siege workshop. That's a good decision that he's making over there. As now the camels will dive in, but camels once again fighting crossbows, far from ideal. This is not a good fight either for Ming here. Light cav moving in to try and snipe some monks. They do get 1, they do get 2. Crossbows also dealing with the pikemen. This is an awful fight for Ming here. He's not using the counter units, sort of. He was using camels and pikemen against crossbows, and on the other side he had his knights fighting camels. So once again, Ming is taking a very, very bad trade over here, as despite the fact that he has the better eco, you don't see him steamrolling the game. Now it looks like he's also adding some more crossbows. A castle will come in here for Ming to solidify control over this position. And remember that there's still 16 villagers lead here for Ming, but as I said, he's consistently taking bad trades. Now it's gonna be knight and crossbow from both sides. Shaoxing mismanaging his army a little bit here. The biggest thing for Shaoxing might be losing his scout early, if you remember that. Because he lost his scout, he's got no idea about what's in here. and he's gonna need additional gold mines. A second castle coming in now for Ming. He's intending to close this game. And, well, if he gets this castle up, I think he will. Because those rams will start knocking down those ranges, and there is gonna be nothing that Shaoxing can do to stop it. And then Ming is just gonna get these villagers on stone and prepare another castle drop in this one. Big fight once again coming in here. This one is actually pretty decent for Ming, and I think that finally the better economy might close the game out here. Because now the walls are breached, and as I said, these villagers will just go on stone. Some Chukanu could actually make quite a lot of sense here for Ming to solidify control over the map, but it's 36 army versus 7, and the first game of this mini best of 5 is going to be in the hands of CL's team. There's 3 unbeaten teams currently in the tournament. It is Team Vivi, Team CL, and Team Paladin. Interestingly enough, Team Yo, Lix, and Team Tim are the ones that have no series victories so far. In the first round, Team CL defeated Team Lix 2-1, and second round, Team CL defeated Team Tim 2-1 once again. For Vivi's team, they 2-0'd Tim's team, and they actually won 2-1 versus Mr. Yo's team. So now, what's gonna happen is that we're going to see another 1v1 that's sort of coped by the coach. CL and Vivi will remain. The next players on their rosters, these are the tier 3 players, is a guy named Yo Wei for Team CL, and the Tushen or Tushen. So that is the next matchup, I believe. I will look into how good these guys are. These guys are still pretty decent, I believe. Tushen is 2000 rated. He is the 215th on the leaderboard in 1v1. And Yo Wei is much stronger. He is 127th on the leaderboard. So it looks like the third tier players are massively favoring Team CL here. Snakefish, thank you so much for the 3 months of resub. I appreciate it. You can't wait for Empire Wars Duo 2? Well, me neither. So, good news is that you only have to wait 1 more week, because starting next Thursday, I will have to switch back to the lobby here. I'm not gonna add a score because this mini best of 5 will only account for 1 point in the overall play all 3 sets, so I'm not gonna add the score over here on top just yet. So basically, yeah, from 1 week from now on, we're already gonna have the qualifiers of Empire Wars Duo streamed. I'm really hyped for that. It's gonna be super duper fun. So, as I said, it's probably gonna be Tushen and Yo Wei. Apologies in advance for completely butchering the pronunciation of Chinese names. I will try my best. So, let's see. Indeed, Vivi and CL will remain as coaches. And as I said, I think it's now tier 3 players' time. From tier 4 and on, each player on both teams has a Chinese name, so I will have no idea how to pronounce those. I mean, by Chinese name, I mean Chinese characters. And looks like we're not gonna have Yo Wei and Tushen. These are different players. One of them is T. I heard about him. Oh, okay, that T guy is Yo Wei. Then I'm starting to understand the format of this tournament. I'm really happy. Like, the thing is that this is actually really, really complex. Especially when you don't have like a clear rulebook published to English pages. So what I can work with is what we have on the Liquipedia. And that is not something that is very plentiful in information. The other one is, I assume, gonna be Tushan. Yes, he is. So they are launching the game right now. I think I will just call the players for colors now, because there is no way I'm going, like, both players do have Chinese characters in their names as well, and neither of it is actually saying Tushan or Yue. So I already forgot which player is which. So we're just gonna go by the colors. All right. So the game is launching right now. It's either in the first one. I think it's either Arabia or Nomad, or is it always Arabia in the first one? There's two maps in the map pool of the tournament only, Arabia and Nomad. And once we get to the team game stage, so after this mini 1v1 best of 5, you're gonna have Arabia or Nomad as selectable home maps for the teams. Whichever they play in the second one, they'll play the other in the third. It's that simple. So nothing super duper complicated around here. All right, so we're going back to Arabia, and now we have a different matchup. Civilizations that partially can be seen very frequently, but not all of them. So let's take a look at what we have over here. I'll have to add the score, and I think, oh, this is gonna be rough. Which team is which? Okay, this one is CL's team. They are leading. So CL's team is red, and that is Yowei. The other one is Vivi's team, and that is Tushan. Okay? Just for you to see. This is why it's so fun to cast this tournament, right? Oh man. I don't think that this was intended for English-speaking audience, but well, guess what? Here we are. So, by the way, thank you so much for the sponsor for sponsoring this, because it's definitely it's a big event. So I'm really happy that we're doing this. Did that 100k White Wolf Palace thing ever happen? No, but I think this is basically what they were talking about in that time. So when I heard the stories about that $100,000 White Wolf Plus tournament, that was something similar in format, that you would have lower elo players mixed in and stuff like that. So it didn't end up being $100,000. It's something like 115,000 Chinese yuan, which is $18,000. But that's basically the maximum we have gotten to. All right, so we got Vivi's team over here with the Saracens in blue, and on the other side, Vikings for CL's team in red. We have seen Chinese mirrors in the previous one, which do have the option to go for cavalry. Neither of these civs are cavalry civs, though, which is a surprising choice, because the new Arabia is so open that I feel like you need at least the cavalry option. This new very open Arabia, I think, nerfs archer civs quite a bit, so Vikings are probably not as good as they are used to be. Yeah, it's still a lot of money. It's actually quite a lot of money if you consider that. This is an S tier event. I may, like, if I have some time, I may communicate with Mr. Yo and maybe try to ask him to give me a briefing of how things go, and then I can write at least sort of a summary. I'm not gonna translate the whole rulebook because I don't speak Chinese, but now that I understand what's going on, I may ask a couple more questions to Yo and just sort of do at least a write-up of what's going on for the people that are new. And holy potatoes about what's going on, that is a lame. I was a complete potato for not paying attention to that, but thanks to the wonders of Capture Age, we can observe that from the start, so people won't complain that I am a potato caster and I'm not paying attention to things happening in the game. That is a clear and well-defined lame over here. Now we have learned that there is laming allowed, but I'm not surprised about that. Like, I would have been surprised if the White Wolf Palace tournament does not have laming over here. Pretty easy, straightforward lame over here from CL's team. Looks like Vivi's team was actually looking around the base of CL, and by the time he notices the boar is missing, it's too late. So that is going to be a successful lane. The best thing that blue can do is sort of do a counter lane, but one boar is over here that's impossible to be lamed. This one might be possible, but unlikely, I would say. So the boar gets brought in, and that means that blue is going to be down one boar. Yo, the only link between the Western and Chinese AO2 community? Nope, there is Heavenly Chorus as well. They are the two Chinese, or at least they are the ones that speak Chinese well enough and speak English well enough to be able to communicate on both languages. So whenever I need something, I usually write Heavenly because he's less overwhelmed with stuff than Yo is. But yeah, if you need any information from the Chinese community, Heavenly Chorus is probably the best source of information, and yeah, he's also around in Twitch chats. I don't know how he's doing it. He might be living elsewhere, I don't know. He does speak Chinese, but it's like if he was living in China, then he wouldn't have access to Twitch. That's something I know. So, although I think Mr. Yo has a Twitch account. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I have seen Mr. Yo on Dave's stream once, and like there were doubts that if that's the actual Mr. Yo, but as far as I know, he was legit Yo. China doesn't have Twitch enabled, that's something we know for sure, but I think Yo might have a Twitch account. Is it all Arabian discernment? Arabia and Nomad. I think the 1v1 section is only Arabia. Can they VPN their way beyond the Great Firewall? I think not legally, so I am fairly certain that in China they are not allowed to just use VPN to bypass the blocks of websites. I am fairly certain there is regulations to that. This is why I said that I'm somewhat surprised that Yo has a Twitch account, because if it's actually the real Mysterio, but as far as I know he is, so people close to Yo have verified it. So it's interesting. I don't know, like, most of the information that comes from the Chinese community is coming from people that are living outside of China but do speak Chinese, because they do have their connections there, and then they can just translate stuff to English. Anyways, it looks like we're gonna have a Saracen Straight Archer opening over here, 22 pop by our blue team. This is not as bad as it would actually seem like. 22 pop Man-at-Arms is pretty standard, or it's not Man-at-Arms, but it is actually Man-at-Arms, okay. Potato Caster. I thought it's just gonna be straight archers because Man-at-Arms is very food heavy. So, after losing a boar, and with a civilization like Saracens that doesn't have a good Dark Age eco bonus, it's hard to squeeze out Man-at-Arms, even 22 pop is a little tight. On the other hand, it looks like blue was able to compensate with the deer push, and in that case it works fine. As it is, looks like we are gonna have the third militia coming out here. This will be scouted by red, whereas on the other side, you're gonna have Man-at-Arms coming in here. What is this Man-at-Arms fiesta nowadays? Looks like it was a Man-at-Arms Towers play from our red team. I did mention that both of these players from the Chinese community, CL and Vivi, are big tower players, so they will coach their teammates to do towers as well, and holy smokes, that's a thing I haven't seen in a while. Forward archer range. 4 Man-at-Arms, forward. What a pleasant surprise. Now, the Man-at-Arms will actually run past the ones from CL's team over here, and truth being told, this forward isn't really gonna work if blue is just going to march straight into the base of red here, so I am somewhat unconvinced about the potential success of this forward over here. The Man-at-Arms will be hitting the villagers here on the berries. Looks like this is the moment where red is going to realize what's going on. The scout eats quite a lot of TC fire over here, and it looks like all 4 Man-at-Arms had to go back. Nice blocking so far from blue. Very nice blocking, and that's a dead villager. Nope. Absolutely not. That lady survived at 1 HP. Talk about close calls. The TC finishes off the scout, and that's actually pretty good now for a red player. Skirmisher opening, though, from blue. There is still a scout here to deal with those, but the town center fire weakens the scout quite heavily. I think the jackpot for red would be to get a tower up in the face of that archer range, because that would make it much, much harder for the archers to pop out. There is gonna be the wonderful and unique double blacksmith strategy of blue over here. Not something that you see in everyday common age vampires. Oh, that's such a bad move. There's absolutely no reason to go for 2 blacksmith here. Like, the only reason why you would ever go to blacksmith is because you need to make a very, very quick tech switch, and you need to get the upgrades in really fast. He just simply forgot about the fact that he was already building one. At least he's not building it on a neutral island, right? I like the decision to dispatch 1 man-at-arms to deal with this and then send the rest of them to counterattack, because at this point, blue is just trying to make sure that these men-at-arms are not attacking him, just distracting them, forcing them to chase. So, blue only has 1 wood line over here, which means that our red player can just walk to the back of it, make a tower, or send a couple of archers, and then boom, there is no wood income for blue. I did mention that CL's player is actually much higher in terms of rating. So that is something that we need to consider, and that so far has shown. So this guy is like rank 125. This guy who's playing for blue is like 240. It's not impossible for blue to win this one, but obviously it's gonna be a rough one. Maybe that's why he chose Saracens, because he sort of needs one of those cheesier, more aggressive civilizations with the siege crossbowmen. So far he wasn't able to capitalize on that, and it doesn't really help his case that he has 2 blacksmiths right now. We're gonna have a tower coming in here for CL's team. That's the tower that you have to make in this situation, and considering the fact that the blue has sold the stone, he can't even make a counter tower here. So that wood line is gone. The archers are hitting the back of this wood line. Vivi's team is in trouble here. Who from White Wolf Plus in Vivi's team? A guy named Tushan. He is something like 250 on the leaderboard. So, men-at-arms still bashing their way through the walls. These are still sturdy men-at-arms, and they are, by the way, Vikings, so 50 HP is there for them. Rewalls behind are happening as well. Neither of the players has an amazing economy, by the way. Part of the reason why is because blue sent a couple of archers to counterattack, and that's exactly how you negate the effects of a forward. This is why forwards are now sort of outdated and they are no longer used extensively, because people have figured out that the best way to react to a forward is just to send an army to counterattack, and your opponent has no defense back at home. You see that CL's team had to evacuate his wood line over here. Now, truth being told, it looks like blue is actually buying some stone so that he can make a defensive tower here and protect that wood line. For the time being, archer still coming back over here as double bit axe. Better late than never for our blue player, and that could be the second villager kill of blue now. Now the skirms arrive, so he's gonna have to leave. But guess what? Another batch of archers is coming in, and it looks like Vivi's team is now stretching out the attention of red here quite nicely. Looks like he's dragging away the skirms, and you see the ping on the minimap. This is what the coach can do. Vivi's not allowed to intervene, but he's allowed to tell his teammate what to do, sort of as a coaching, and that's exactly what you're seeing over here. He's pinging that wood line, and that's why these archers are running to the right, because red is chasing, and this allows blue to move into the jackpot, which is the wood line. Red still has an army here at the forefront, but he is not really able to do much with that so far. Compare it to blue, who is in here and picking off another villager. It's not just about the kills, it's also about the idle time, by the way. So it's one thing that CL's team has now lost 4 villagers, potentially 5 in a moment. It's also a matter of idle time, and look at this. Look at the resources for our blue player. Part of that is market abuse, but he was still able to have less idle time on his economy, and that is part of the reason why blue is clicking up to Castle Age and red is not. Is it really the last Volo or only the last one for this year? I don't know. I have absolutely no connection to the event. I am not involved in any means, unfortunately. So I have absolutely no idea what their plans are. But even if I knew, I probably wouldn't be able to share. So, tower coming in here, that's a very good move from red in this one. Remember that blue is not gonna have any good wood lines to work with once this tower goes up, and I don't think that blue sees that tower. Indeed, he has no idea. So, as good as this counterattack was for blue, and he is still doing it. He's still doing it, and that's another villager killed. He has killed 6 so far. He has killed 6 villagers. That basically compensates for the wheelbarrow and handcart of Vikings. So from this point on, the Viking player sort of has no eco upgrade, but looks like the Manatoms will run past the TC. Not sure if this was a good move though for red, because he's committing a lot. Blue needs to either quick gate that or just delete the farm and build something to make sure that those archers are unable to run to the bottom of the tower, but this feels like an overcommitment from red. Look at this kill zone. I mean, sure enough, red was able to get into the base of the opponent, but he lost the majority of his army here. All he has is just a battered group of skirmishers, men-at-arms, and archer remaining here. But the damage output of these guys is pretty low. Looks like we have a stable, actually 2 stable coming in here for blue. We are gonna have knights coming in, and the single knight will clean this one up. Wouldn't be surprised to see a forward siege workshop as well, and blue is gonna go for the most reasonable wood line he was able to find on this map. Gotta love the new Arabia, right? Gotta love the new Arabia. By the way, now that he's Castle Age, he can just make a siege workshop, make a mangonel, and clean this one up. So, make no mistake, this is not gonna be a massive problem, or this shouldn't be a massive problem for blue. By the way, red is still feudal, so he needs to start spamming spearmen like a madman, because otherwise he's just gonna get overrun with knights. Now the good news here for red, as he's gonna get 2 of his villagers intercepted here by knights. So the good news here for red, as we have probably a forward siege workshop planned over there, this villager will be intercepted and probably killed, is that sustainability of Saracen Knights is not amazing. So once we get to Imperial Age, Saracen Knights are awful because you don't even have the Cavalier upgrade. Nonetheless, Viking Spearmen here definitely help containing the damage as 2 more villagers go down from red. The overall villager count is still the same, but that's just because red has not clicked up to Castle Age. Nice move with the villager to pick off the scout, but this villager is likely going to die. Is he Neo from Matrix? Is he Neo from Matrix? Don't tell me. Nope, the knight turns back, so this guy is gonna be destined to die. RIP. He just got abandoned by this fellow knight over here. There is so much happening on the map right now, by the way. There is knights hitting the stone mine over here. There is still... everything is flashing on the minimap, by the way. Because there is towers around here. There is a skirm harassing these villas. There's a forward siege workshop being made right now. As a second barracks now will be added by CL. So he's just gonna go full pikeman defense. I think that blue just needs to switch back to crossbows, honestly. Those siege crossbows are perfectly fine at this point, because CL's team only has 1 range, and that's on the front. This is the only thing that he can do to battle archers, so just go back to archers. Even with 1 range, start mixing in some crossbows, and you're gonna be good to go. Alternative indeed is scorpions, and that's what we're seeing here from blue now. He runs into quite a lot of spearmen, so... given the circumstances, CL's team has actually managed to contain the damage moderately well, I would say. So, we're gonna have a couple more knights over here. What blue needs to do now is exploit his mobility. That's the key feature. Because, you are not gonna be able to beat that many Viking spearmen that have pretty high HP as well. They have scale mail as well, attack upgrade and pikemen just now coming in. But you can exploit your mobility, so hit the stone mine, hit this wood line, try to just apply pressure to that gold mine as well. There is quite a lot of scorpions here, but no mangonel to contest that tower, so you will need at least one mangonel, but that mangonel is gonna be able to destroy that tower pretty easily because it's gonna be firing down hills. The monastery gets denied for the time being, but here's the deal. You kill 10 villagers if you're blue, only lost one. Sounds great, right? Not entirely, because behind this one you had a lot more TC idle time. This is what I'm always trying to highlight. Killing villagers is one thing. If your town center is idle behind it, it does not matter at all. You see that blue has been killing so much more vills, but reality is that his TC was idle for so long, and the villager count is even, but red even has handcart. So it's better to keep your TC working consistently than to kill villagers. That's quite a lot of scorpions though, coming in to deny the only reliable gold mine that red has, I believe, and that's quite a lot of firepower as well on those scorpions. Ladies dying left and right. In this one, there is just a need for one mangonel, but it looks like blue is not playing it that way. He's just gonna be like, okay, I'm the Scorpion Whisperer. So, looks like the tower is now in flames. Blue hasn't really bothered cleaning up these towers, by the way, so all of those are walled in by houses, so you would need a siege workshop to do that. As blue need to quick wall his wood line over here against the converted knights. Knight gets converted back by blue over there. Defensive siege workshop from red coming in here to get some mangonels out and deal with those scorpions. Currently though, the problem that red is facing is that his army is just not suitable for winning this fight. He's got a couple monks, but it's mostly pikemen versus scorpions, although if blue runs into the pikemen like that, then that definitely won't help his case. Basically all those knights get absolutely slammed in the face. So, villager count still pretty close over here. Just look at the chaos on the map, man. The skirmisher is still harassing these lumberjacks, so blue has 5 legitimate lumberjacks here. And eventually the skirm is gonna kill these vills if blue is not paying attention. The towers are still up here. Red has a random gold mine on the far right, now making a second town center there as he's losing his tower over here. Alright. Skirmisher being used to scout. I like this move from red. That's a very good move. He lost his scout. No worries. Just use a skirmisher to scout. And that is going to be pure sadness if those pikemen run into the scorpions. And finally some archers arrive on the field. The knights manage to snap down the mangonel. So indeed, red will be forced back once again. Blue is mining stone for a castle, by the way. He could just be selling that stone because, you know, Saracen things. But that could very well be a castle drop in the foreseeable future. Knights coming in though to the wood line, and guess what? That could be all the villagers of blue going down. So while he's paying attention to microing his forces here on the front, he's gonna get his entire eco slammed, or not. That is a marvelous quick wall from blue over there. Last moment saving of those vills. Meanwhile, the monastery is probably gonna get destroyed in this one, as the pikemen and mangonels are still being added by red. Red has managed to get a lumber camp here on the far right. What a chaotic game this is. And it looks like blue is not gonna be making a castle. He's just gonna be selling stone here like a good Saracen player would do. He bumps into a couple of knights on this gold mine, and now red takes over in villager count, actually. So, that is a surprising turn of events. Blue has killed 20 villagers, now it's 21. Only lost 6, but the discrepancy in idle time is just enormous. Basically, red is not, or blue is not making any vills. This can work if you can finish off your opponent fast, but if you are not, then you're just gonna fall behind economically. So really 10 minutes of TC idle time is massive here, though if he can actually stop this TC, this could be a slaughter. There's no way that red can secure these villagers, and suddenly the battle could once again flip back into the favor of blue. Look at that mangonel shot, though the mangonel gets another one out. That is 5 scorpions dead now. All those villagers going down, so once again the vill count is dead even. Boso, a rare economical upgrade to be seen in this game so far. There is going to be free TCs eventually for red, but I don't even know if he can actually sustain production on all of those. Still, 33 villas killed by blue and only lost 6, yet the villager count is still that even. I think this game could be a perfect game to show why it's so important to produce villagers consistently. Every 25 seconds that you have your town center idle is one villager. Okay, now it's a castle. So I think that blue has started to realize that he needs to finish this game off soon as well, because he probably knows that he is behind economically. The scores are pretty close, so he probably knows that he's not that far behind, but he needs to know that he has been idling his town center for that much. The Mangonel takes down the monk, but the Mangonel gets traded in return. And here come the villagers. A castle over here would be beautiful because it would deny the gold and the stone, potentially even some farming space, as the knights will gallop to the right side. It would make life so much easier, by the way, for blue to just make a ram. Even just make a ram here, send it back home and take these down. Because blue's biggest problem is that he doesn't have a reliable wood income. This is his only wood line, as the scout takes down the monk, and that castle is way too passive. There is gonna be a castle being dropped here as well by red. My problem with this castle is that this is not finishing the game for blue, and he needs to finish the game right now. Otherwise, he's just dead. So, oh, a scout gets into the wood line, and we talked about the fact that any unit that gets in here basically is gonna be able to just kill the remaining lumberjacks of blue, and he doesn't seem to be noticing that he just has no wood income, sort of. And as I said, if he made a siege workshop back at home 15 minutes ago, made a mangonel, he could have destroyed these towers and he would have super safe wood income. That's not something that he bothered with. Nice mangonel shot against the pikemen, and now there is a second castle coming in here. Remember that Saracens can still exploit the market very heavily, and I can see blue just trying to buy his way up to Imperial and try to make trebs. It would be a massive market abuse, buying your way up all the way from 50 food to Imp, but it's Saracens. So it looks like we're gonna have chainmail coming in here for red. He wants to continue with those pikemen, because guess what? He's turning into a pike and siege approach. There is a random market over here as well from red. Just look at how the map looks like. This game is so chaotic. Since blue is going to potentially lose access to this gold mine, and he won't have access to this neutral gold either, he's just gonna take the gold of his opponent here, chilling right next to the TC of red. Red, by the way, now has no food income over here, or at least very, very minimal, because a mangonel is denying quite a lot of farming space, so he's gonna have to rebuild his farming eco here on the left side. Here comes the big pike and siege push. Reaction from blue is a siege workshop, but that's just a little too late, and that is a town center dead, I believe. I don't think that blue can stop this one, and that train of rams could just keep rolling and go for the second TC here, meaning the end of this game. Scout pops out, trying to snipe the mangonel. Mangonel will retreat to the range of the castle, so the scout is gonna go down, as indeed the town center gets taken down, villagers forced to mass migrate over here. The scout also joins the party, so he can just get as many kills as he can, and as I said, the train of rams will just continue to roll in this one. Ranges will be built, so a couple of archers will hit the field as well, as blue is making a run for the castle here. Well, he did get to the castle, and he didn't lose a huge amount of villas. I count 3 dead bodies in this one. Meanwhile, you see the ping on the minimap. Vivi is telling his teammate that this is the place to strike at for the time being. Blue just casually building a town center over here. For now, he is definitely forced to do a mass migration, and we are gonna have the Mamelukes being added. It's not necessarily a bad idea. Mamelukes deal pretty decently with rams. They are okay against pikemen as long as you micro them. They will struggle against crossbows though. Still, if the Mamelukes can find a gold mine here, that could still work, but now red has taken over economically quite heavily, so it's 76 villas versus 45. I feel like blue has a couple of minutes left to do insane damage, or this game is over. Because eventually, red is just gonna imp. He now has a fairly functional economy, whereas blue's economy is just non-existent still. And as I said, you need to micro use Mamalukes, otherwise you're just gonna get overrun. And indeed, Red ends up winning this one. I did mention that CL's teammate here, who was Yue, is much stronger than Vivi's teammate Tushin, who were actually playing in this one. So, somewhat of a predictable result, I would say. But GG is there. So, if CL's team wins one more 1v1, they will get one score in the entire set. That's how it works. And then we go to the team games. So, look at the stats over here. I'm curious about the APM stats, honestly. Would you look at that? Blue actually had higher APM than Red, but it looks like Red's macro or game sense was a little bit better. KD's better over here, but it's about the economy. Saracens, they need to finish the game fast because the market usage will become more and more inefficient as you progress deeper into the game. So you need to finish it fast, and he had the tools to finish it. So maybe if he doesn't commit those scorpions a little bit earlier and just waits until he has stone for a castle or goes for an earlier castle drop, it could have been different. Alright, so as I said, 2 unbeaten teams of this tournament so far. Out of the 3 that is unbeaten is playing today. Team CL, Team Paladin, and Team Vivi are unbeaten. And now it's CL versus Vivi's team. So far it's 2-0 in the favor of CL's team in the first 1v1 section. If they win that, then they are going to get 1 point overall. That's how it works, pretty much. So, that is all, and now we are going to take a look at what's going to happen next. It should be the 4th players of each team. And this is where I won't even be able to pronounce the name of these players. 2 players with full Chinese characters. I'm going to try to look for the name. So the person who is playing on Vivi's team is rank 393 on the leaderboard. He is 1900 rated, with the highest rating being 1950. The other player that is on CL's team is 1834, so slightly lower rated. Now, if there's anyone here from AoE2.net, I would like to highlight that apparently, like, this account is listed as an AKA for CL, but I would be massively surprised if that was the case, because it's gonna be a separate account. So I don't think this is a CL Smurf, so AoE2.net might be wrong in this regard. Anyways, this guy is actually 550 on the leaderboard, so theoretically speaking, this time Vivi's 4th player, or Vivi's team's 4th player, is actually much stronger than the one from CL's team. So, they are setting up the next game over here. And then we will jump into it. If CL's team wins, then they will actually get the score for the 1v1s, and we can finally go for team game section, which is a little bit more interesting to me, because that's where you can really see the power of these Chinese players. So 4v4 Nomad team games or so. All right. So, looks like we are still waiting for them to set up the game. Hopefully, it's not gonna take forever. By the way, indeed, this is the time to shout out Empire Wars Duo 2 as well, because starting next Thursday, we're gonna have the qualifiers of Empire Wars Duo 2 coming up. There is gonna be a lot of fun games in there, 2v2 Empire Wars. So stay tuned because it's coming up. Okay, so looks like we have a bit of a break over here, so it's time to do a bit of a chatting while we're waiting for the players to set things up over here. Let's hope that there is no technical difficulties. The last time that I tried to cast this set is, or cast the tournament itself, they just ended up rescheduling the entire thing, so I was very disappointed. Scoreboard update. I don't update the scoreboard because the mini best of 5 1v1s that we're playing at the beginning is only attributing for one score, which means that once someone wins that best of 5, I will actually update the score with 1. This is like the global score of the entire set, and that's still sort of 0. So yeah, don't confuse it. It's 3 games played. That's what it's saying. But the first in quotation mark game is a best of 5 of 1v1s, and then it's 2 more team games that they're gonna play. Jai, thank you so much for the prime sub of 7 months. I appreciate that a lot. Welcome back. So yeah, that's basically how it works. Not sure how clear that is, but it's very similar to what we had in Verde Desert Championship, I believe. So you have a section. It's basically a team game thing, but you have a section where each of your players will play a 1v1, and whoever wins that mini best of 5 or best of 3 of 1v1s will get 1 score in the global team game section. Okay, now they're setting up things, so I think we're still gonna have Arabia here. They can only select Nomad for the team game section. I'm more interested in the team games, so let's hope that we are gonna have a couple of that happening as well. There will eventually be some, but first we gotta go through the 1v1 section. Okay, so CL and his teammate is in the lobby, and we will have Vivi joining soon, I believe. I also like when it's mixed team game and 1v1 because it adds more spice to it and adds more variety. Probably even more strategizing as well. On the other hand, what I don't necessarily like about that is that it's hard to explain to the viewers, honestly, because oftentimes people are confused that, hey, why are not adding the score? Why is it only 1v1 and not team games here? So um personally, what I like is the ECL format. So you had like a set or a stage of 1v1s and then a stage of 2v2s or so. It was a global team game tournament, but you didn't mix 1v1s and team games in a certain set. That's probably the best solution, but obviously that requires a long series or like a long tournament. Otherwise, you just don't have the chance to mix in all settings. So, still no sign of Vivi over here. I guess we're left with a bit of a chatting over here. Let's talk about upcoming tournaments while we're waiting. So, this weekend there is gonna be the only qualifiers of Red Bull Vololo 5. I won't be casting tomorrow, but I will be casting it on Sunday. I can cast the qualifiers as usual, but I'm not involved in any ways, unfortunately, with the main event. So, yeah. Tomorrow, I'm actually going to make my debut as an AoE free caster. Because there is a pretty considerable size AoE free tournament coming up, the African Championship of AoE free, where they will play with the new civilizations, the new DLC of AoE free. It's $1,500 prize pool, which is pretty big for AoE free. And I'll be joining Aussie Drongo for a set of AoE free casting. That's gonna be my debut, so I'm gonna be spending the rest of my day today preparing for that, because yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. Oldman Vido, thank you so much for the 1 year. Welcome. I appreciate that. Congrats for the anniversary. So yeah, I'm gonna be making my debut tomorrow as an AoE free caster as well. Have you played much AoE free? Yes. I haven't played the new civs though, so that's why I need to prepare. I didn't have the chance to play them, and that's why I gotta take a look into those, because obviously I want to come in prepared for that one. And that's the main reason why I'm not casting Red Bull tomorrow, because I am sort of invited to do this. And someone asked before if they're allowed to use the new civilizations in this tournament set. The answer is yes. For whatever reason, they flipped colors, which is something I disapprove, so we're going back to the original red for CL's team and blue for Vivi's team approach. CL's team is gonna be using Aztecs over here on the right side in red, and look at that, that is pause for Vivi's team in blue. Look at all those huntables spawning at the back, right next to each other. This could be a perfect spot for a double lure, even though that would be very, very inefficient, but would definitely give you some star points, if I may put it that way. So, looking at the base of blue, this is actually a very, very good base. Stone at the back, gold at the back, very nice as well. Relatively easily volable, and it looks like red wants to come in for a lane. So, we have seen that in the previous set as well. CL's team coming in for a lane. Let's see if that's going to be the case as well. For now, blue is pushing in there. But let's be honest, laming these huntables here is not something that should be doable. Now, that is given the fact that blue sees them and blue sees them. Red coming in here. A Dark Age Eagle would beat a Dark Age Scout, so blue shouldn't chase. But it very much seems like red almost run into the TC fire of blue over here. Now, looking at red's base, it's much worse than blue's one. Very, very open front. Gold is on the front. Stones are not nice. There is no safe gold to work with for red. So red's gonna have to play this one aggressively. And given the fact that pause may open with cavalry, there is a distinct possibility. First of all, this villager is too isolated. Red Eagle could definitely attack it and try to pick it off. It looks like red is not gonna commit to that. Red just wants to lame, and considering that blue is pretty far away, red could try to lame over here, and he will. Or is he just waiting for the villager? Looks like he was waiting for the vill, but then he sees the scout arriving and he will just run away. So, looks like red's not gonna be able to accomplish much over here. Tries to block the villager, but like, he can maybe block the boar. Nice reaction from blue over here. Red is definitely trying to be disruptive, but that's not gonna be successful at all here for red. So here's the deal. Pose is a little bit like Malians. This is, when I talked to Orndo about this one, what I actually mentioned is that, to me, Pose are very similar to Malians. They can basically do any kind of opening because they have an economy set up that allows them to do quite literally anything. They can do men-at-arms, they can do scouts, they can do straight archers, and they pretty much can play archer builds and cavalry builds with equal efficiency until Castle Age. Funnily enough, despite the fact that they're listed as a cavalry civ, in Imperial they're more like an archer civ. So Obuch and Arbalest is usually what pros say to be the best unit composition right now with Poes, because Poes are lacking the +4 defense upgrade on their cavalry, and because of that, their cavalry in Imperial is just pretty bad. You see the blue pings over there? This is what Vivi is telling his teammate how to vol. That's basically the standard voling. Vol to the TC here, and you probably want to vol all the way out here just so that you have a second wood line, but you might go very conservative and just try to sort of partially vol this or so. Poles have a great tower rush as well. Yes, absolutely. So there is very few civilizations that can do any kind of build with equal efficiency. Chinese, Malians, Poles are the civs that come into my mind as the primary ones that can do everything with very, very good efficiency. I don't think there is any other civilizations. I might be missing some, but I don't think so. There is very few civs that can do pretty much anything. So from that regard, Poles is great. As I said, CL's goldmine is very exposed here, so Men-at-Arms opening would not be unprecedented here. Maybe even Men-at-Arms forward could make some sense, because this is such an exposed goldmine that in this case, forwarding might make some sense. Does the forward thing not boost hunting? Nope. Magyars, yes and no. Magyars indeed can open Men-at-Arms, they can open Scouts, that's absolutely true, but they don't have a good eco bonus. So the reason why I'm not listing Magyars there is because they don't have a good eco bonus, meaning that, yeah, they can do Men-at-Arms, they can do Scouts, but they mostly do Scouts because their economy can't really sustain a Men-at-Arms into straight Archers push without sacrificing some eco upgrades. So, we're gonna have barracks coming in here for blue. This is a Scouts build from blue, which is surprising because you usually do not open Scouts against Aztecs. What you do is open Archers, force the Aztec player to go into Eagles, and then you go for Knights. And this is where we have to talk about the fact that Aztecs don't really have a good answer to Knight Flood. So the blue player could definitely think about just going for Knights. I like these walls actually, especially if he adds a second layer to it with houses, because this will secure the back of the wood line, and that actually makes it a very, very good wall. So here's the deal. I have seen a build from Hera. That was the first day that we had the DLC out. Now that the Eagle is still a Dark Age Eagle and this is a Feudal Age Scout, the Eagle will eventually die. Best thing that the Eagle can do right now is turn back and fight. You can't run away here. Red needs to turn back and fight. And indeed he does, as he's gonna lose his Eagle, which means he will be losing important piece of information. Now, as he's walling his base, he will have no scouting info. Men-at-Arms are coming, and with Aztecs, you can definitely afford that quite easily here. The problem is that if blue is fully walled, red's gonna struggle doing anything with those Men-at-Arms. Red's also gonna fully wall himself, but he doesn't have gold. How is red going to sort out the gold problem? I have no idea. Anyways, what I want to highlight is that I've seen a build from Hera where he actually went for stone in feudal for Poles. He was making scouts, but instead of going to gold, he went to stone. And what he did is that he used the stone miners to gather the gold, like Polish stone miners gather gold as well additionally, for Castle Age, and then use the stone that he has mined to drop a castle immediately, get Slakta privileges, and then he was able to go for the cheap gold cost knights immediately. That could be a build to use here. Obviously, Poles are not figured out at all, so there's a lot of variety, or there's a lot of stuff yet to be figured out with them. But that could be a build that's interesting, especially against Aztecs, where triple barracks Eagles with Aztecs is very devastating. You need something that can match the production of Aztecs in Eagles, and Polish triple stable knights with Slakta privileges is definitely something that can do the trick. Looks like blue is just going to trade his scouts over here to the Men-at-Arms, because he probably realized that, okay, my opponent is fully walled, I can't do much. I am still somewhat confused on how Red's going to solve the gold issue. He doesn't have a single bit of gold. Now, he could play this one with a market and just sell stone for now, and later on make a TC here. But that would be sort of an unorthodox build for now. We have blue with the bit axe and horse color, no horse color for our red player. When you're rolling yourself like this though, and this is the first thing I want to highlight here, you probably don't want to make your farms here. You want to place your farms around the folwark, because that's where you're getting your bonus from. Also, the blacksmith shouldn't be here. I understand that you need the blacksmith fast, although I'm not even sure why you need this blacksmith so... Wait, that's not a blacksmith, that's a folwark. Haha! It's very confusing because it's the same building and it's also the same animation. I see. In that case, that's a decent idea, although it's a big investment, and he's mining stone. I like this build. I like this build a lot. This is what I was referencing to. You're mining the stone you need for the castle, because you will want stocked up privileges when you reach Castle Age. And you are additionally gathering gold just by mining stone, and you don't need to spend gold on anything. On feudal pretty much, unless you want to grab bloodlines. So you just need to get to 200 gold, and that's something that you can do by the time you actually get to reasonable amount of food. So yeah, definitely the folwark is gonna help over here as well, gathering some extra food. As now red's gonna move out. Considering that blue only has scouts over here, the spearman will defend the gold mine, and red is still Aztec, so it looks like red might still be able to beat blue to Castle Age here. But the question is, what is red going to do? Because I think pike and siege is the best thing that he can go for here, because it's almost going to be inevitably night flood. Although Poles can go for crossbowmen, Poles can go for cav archers, and pole cav archers is actually very nice as well. They are lacking Parthian tactics and ring archer armor in Imperial, so Imperial Age cav archers for Poles are not that great, but they're still a viable unit. What does forward do? It automatically gathers food from farms. Like when you build a farm, it's going to take some food off from it and immediately add it to your bank, basically. It also gives you 5 population. Aside from acting as an actual mill. So this is why he built the folwark first and then built farms around it, because he gets a bunch of instant food that way. It's 10% food, and that 10% relates to the overall food count of the farm, which means that if you get horse color, it's actually better than without horse color. So that's why we're seeing these folwarks being built over here. He's only using 1 villager on berries, actually 2. But that's a bit surprising, because you probably want to clean up this spot for some additional farms over here. That is why he's placing the farms around the folwark and not like here, for example, close to the TC. That's the blacksmith coming in, and looks like it's going to be a pike and siege approach from red eventually. I like that he's not going full eagles. Oftentimes you just see Aztecs ending up with all the eagles, but reality is that eagles make 0 sense here. And this is what I was talking about. You will mine enough stone so that you can drop a castle and get locked up privileges. And as a side effect, you're also getting gold. So you see, Bloodlines is already queued up for blue over here. He might even go for a light cav upgrade because he has a couple of scouts out. But if he isn't, then he just needs to drop a castle here. That's the perfect spot, because if red wants to forward him, that's the place where he's gonna place his siege workshop at. There is the villager coming in, as that is 1 scout poked down. This fight is before Bloodlines, so this is not a good fight for blue over here. He's got 0 upgrades on those spears, or on those scouts, and that's quite a few spearmen over here, as the siege workshop will inevitably be placed over here. Defensive castle is nice at this spot, but it would have been better here, to be honest. Because that's the hill that you're trying to get the attack from. This is definitely going to protect the left side of blue's base, but it's not something that's going to protect this area. So light cav coming in here as an upgrade, and Polish longswordsman. when I said that Pose can do anything, or wait, oh, it's Obuk. Oh yeah, it has to be Obuch. I got confused for a moment. Now, this is the time where I have to highlight that Capture H cannot display the Obuch debuffs, so you will still see the same armor on the units. It's a unit that actually decreases the armor of enemy units, but honestly, Obuch as it is basically like a longswordsman. It trains disgustingly fast. It's pretty cheap as well, and as I said, it also does damage to the armor as a sort of side effect type of a thing. It is basically like a longswordsman though, so you don't have to consider this as a unit that is necessarily meant to damage armor here. Look at this, 80 HP, 8 base attack, and 2-2 armor, so it actually has better armor than a longswordsman does, and I think better HP as well. So, guess what? Those, like, Obuch is even better than the champion line at destroying Trashunists like Pikemen. Say goodbye to all of those Pikemen over there, and I think Obuch also does a brutal amount of damage against buildings. Added to the fact that they produce is extremely fast, and they are basically a much better version of Longswordsmen in Castle Age, and this is why I said that Paws are just such a diverse civilization in Castle Age. Like, when you get to Imperial, Paws are pretty underwhelming. Until Castle Age, it might be the best civilization, military-wise. They have so much diversity in their army. They also have a reasonable eco bonus. And boom, there goes the monastery. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, someone tell me this, but buildings are supposed to have some sort of melee armor, right? And Obuks should be able to remove that melee armor as well. They don't shred? Okay. That was my question. Okay, so they don't shred the building armor. Well, nonetheless, they do have a pretty decent base attack. If you get Arson, then they will take down those buildings really rapidly. And they just keep marching on. This kind of feels like a hard counter to Aztecs here. Because really, what can Aztecs do against Obuch here? Like, they can go crossbows at best, but I mean... Aztecs... Oh, that's a converted Obuch here. Still... Is it, by the way, Obuch or Obuch? I think it should be Obuch, based on what I know about the Polish language, but someone who's speaking Polish might be able to tell. And here's the Longswordsman, just for reference. 1 extra attack, but 20 HP less, and it's 0 base melee armor versus 2. Okay, so it's Obuch. So, like, at this point, Red is trying to just react as he deems reasonable with Longswords, but Longswords is a worse version of Obuch right now. So, you see that they just shred Longswords. Longswords have 1 extra attack, but Obuch have more melee armor, they do have more HP, and they also have quite a lot of Pierce armor, by the way. 4 Pierce armor is nothing to be ashamed of. This is the same Pierce armor as you would have for a Knight. So, really, these guys are beastly, and this is why it's so much worth it with Paws to just mine Stone and Feudal. This build is just brutal, and you can tell the threat has no answer. What is the counter to Obuch? Mass Archers. Mass Archers is the best counter, but obviously that's not something that CL team was capable of doing. I kind of feel like Red Civilization just got hard countered over here in this one. And with that, the Obuchs come in. It is just training disgustingly fast. It's also a pretty cheap unit as well. Jaguar Warrior, maybe. Jaguars, I think Jaguars would train pretty even, or trade pretty evenly with Obuch. Because the Jaguars would do a lot more damage, but the Obuch would shed their armor pretty easily, so the Jaguars themselves would take quite a lot of damage. But yeah, like Samurai, for example, should be able to beat Obuch, but usually it's mass foot archers that you talk about. And yeah, that's their thing. Massing Jaguars is much harder than massing Obuch. That's the thing here. Obuch trains very, very fast compared to other unique units. So, guess what? That is a TC down over here. And with that, Vivi's team not giving up on this one. I think for this round, Vivi's player was actually much stronger. So part of that is this one. But still, pause. I feel like they are a bit of a hard counter to Aztecs in many ways. Zoraxili, thank you so much for the 6 months of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back for half a year now. So, we're not done yet. We're gonna look into the next round. Well, not next round, but next game, which is gonna be the fifth player of Vivi's team versus the fifth player of CL's team. Once again, um, the player for CL's team is called Canon. So he's one of the players. The player on Vivi's team is a player with Chinese character names, and apparently AOE2.net has no records of such a player. So I have no idea how good this guy is or who even he is. So the other guy is a player called Cannon, someone we know nothing about either. So this is gonna be two players. I would say that we are probably around 1700 elo right now, but it's hard to say. It's hard to say now, especially without AOE2.net helping us out. So, hidden save no repeat? I think so, or at least for the 1v1 section. That's what I'm thinking. As I said, by the way, tomorrow, I am going to be debuting as an AoE free caster on not my channel. It's going to be the AoE free African Championship on Elite Gaming channel. Elite Gaming channel is hold on for a moment. I'm gonna have to check that one out just to make sure I give you the good link. But I will be joining Aussie Drongo for a cast on Elite Gaming channel for an AoE free tournament with the new African DLC Civilizations. So in case you want, head over there and take a look. It is where is that? I'm trying to find the exact link. It's twitch.tv/EGCTV, so Elite Gaming Channel TV. I will be. They actually did quite a lot of fun stuff. So, for example, back in the days, they did a Viper versus Doubt AoE free show match, and I'll be casting a set of quarterfinals of the African DLC tournament. And then on Sunday, I'll be casting Red Bull Vololo qualifiers. And coming up next week, we have Empire Wars Duo 2 starting Thursday. And we also have Rage Forest coming in here in September, which is a 4v4 Black Forest tournament. They will draft the teams soon. I played in the previous one. I'm not going to play in this one, but I will be a lot more active casting it. So some 4v4 Black Forest content is something that can also be anticipated coming in here soon. All right. So the players are in. And that means that we will proceed on to the next one. Once again, these are players that I don't know. So I'm not exactly sure about the exact elo. We can't even look them up because apparently AoE2.net doesn't have records on them. So it's gonna be a bit of a blind flight. So far, we have been seeing lower and lower elo players playing. But I'm really hoping that we're going to see some shenanigans with the new civilizations as well. Maybe someone pulling the trigger on Bohemians, just for, the fun stuff. So, CL and Vivi will once again be just remaining there as coaches. If CL's team wins this 1v1 section, like this 1v1 game, then they will win the 1v1 section, they get one score, and then we go for 2 team games. The sets are actually pretty long in this one, you see, because these are long. It's basically a best of 5 1v1s and then 2 more team games. So the players are ready, and we will jump into the next game in a matter of moments. Is White Wolf Plus a bigger community? I thought it's just the pro team. Nope, nope, nope. WWP has a lot of players. If you actually type in White WWP to AOE2.net, you're going to see that there's a lot of lower elo players. In fact, one of the things that the sponsor wants to accomplish is sort of improve the skills of the rest of the Chinese community. So it's not always the, same 6 people we're talking about. There's 6 very, very prominent and high profile pro players of the Chinese community. Those are team captains. So Vivi, Yo, Lix, CL, Pod, and team. And then there's a bunch of sort of up and coming players that are like bottom of top 100, bottom of top 200. Part of the reason why we're seeing this format for this 1v1 section, that you have a pro sort of coaching while playing in this tournament, is to get those players to improve. So that's also the intention of the sponsor in this one. All right, we got Mayan versus Frank matchup over here. This time around, it's all classical, very traditional matchup. In this one, a matchup that Mayan should have a pretty decent advantage in, I would say. Looking at CL's team, they do have good stone and gold at the back. Woodlands aren't really promising, but other than that, this is a pretty decent map, and safe stone is always nice to have for Mayans. Other side, once again, it's a pretty unbalanced map, if you ask me. Very open front for blue over here. Berries on the front, stone, double stones on the front, and gold as well. Berries too. There is basically no safe resources at the back for blue over here. Such an awkward map generation in many ways. I really disapprove the New Arabia. I appreciate when it tries to be a little bit more open, but it feels often very inconsistent. Stuff like neutral stones spawning in the corner close to one player also doesn't make it better. So I wish we could have the old Arabia back. Alright, so Deer being pushed in by Red, he is not gonna go for the lame this time around. He went for the lames in the previous 2 games. Well, it was always a different player, but CL's team tried laming in 2 consecutive games. Looks like the third one he will just be settling in with the Deer push. Whereas for Blue, we are gonna have him scout around his base for the time being. Sees this potential walling spot, and that would be a good wall spot, honestly. Yeah, I totally agree that wood positions, wood distances, and mineral spawn locations need to be improved upon. If they fix that, then it's gonna be a good map, and I don't mind it being a little bit more open. I just feel like the emptiness between the players is bad. So I don't like how it's always very empty between the players. And also, as I said, it's very inconsistent with resource spawn. Like this map, for example, one player has saved gold and stone, the other one has every single bit of his resources forward. That's just bad, as it is. So, for now, blue didn't push in a single deer or so. I recently played you and Orlo in Baltic RM. Yeah, I remember. I remember. It was Indians, Vietnamese versus Huns, and Saracens and you were playing Huns, only went one dog galleys into Cav Archers. I remember that. I remember that game. So, we're gonna have Deer push now coming in from our blue player as well. Red is already done pushing in Deer. So, one of the other things I want to highlight with this map script is that the fact that the front of your base is very open also gives you a very good clue at where your opponent is at, and that's something I also dislike, sort of. Because the thing is that if I see that this is a very open part of the map, I know it's in between the two players. In the moment I see this wood line, I know my opponent is not here. The reason why he's not here is because you don't have wood lines spawning in between you. So this also sort of decreases the importance of scouting, because just by looking at where is the open direction, that's where your opponent is gonna be at. That's something I also dislike with this script. Interesting, what are we seeing here for blue? You see that this is slightly lower elo now because he definitely has some issues with retasking villagers that are idle. And so this wanted to be a 20 pop feudal for scouts, but 13 seconds of the idle time, it may have been better if this was just a 21 pop, to be honest, in this one. Is it worth putting an outpost on that hill in between the players? Not really. Because if there is men-at-arms coming, they would just destroy it, and you would make your situation harder when it comes to building town centers or so. So I don't think an outpost there makes a lot of sense. That house. I appreciate that, like, if you look at Red scouting right now, he thinks it's open. And I appreciate how he wants to wall it. Oftentimes, players would just say, okay, whatever, that's probably closed there, and ignore it. So that's a very, very good thing that he thinks about walling that. He saw that the villager was walking around, which gives him the impression that this is closed, and that's actually the case. So just by seeing that the villager was walking around, he can tell that this is closed. But I like that he actually attempted to at least wall it off. So, looks like it's a man-at-arms opening here for red. Sort of what you have to do against scout civilizations, to be honest. So, that stable could have been a little bit more forward, so that it's like over here or over here, and then you just wall that. Not a great stable spot for blue over there. So, blue is trying to wall the right side, but he didn't really bother walling that much, and this is why it could be troublesome coming up with Franks against Mayans, because the men-at-arms, if they walk into your base, you will be forced to fight. Is this scope? The way it works with BSEC is that you have one player from each team, and CL and Vivi are the two coaches. They're not allowed to do anything with the units or intervene whatsoever. They're only allowed to sort of give feedback, ideas, whatsoever. So they're basically just observing the POV of their teammate, and they're allowed to coach. Because one of the things that the White Wolf Palace sponsor wants to accomplish with this tournament is to have these lower rated Chinese players learn something from the big names. Where did you read about this one? Partially on Wikipedia, partially we figured it out by ourselves with chat. So it took me quite some time to figure out as well, and chat definitely had a significant role in helping out with that one. Right, it looks like blue is just gonna go for quick walls. Has quite a lot of idols, by the way, and that quick wall... okay, now it's gonna get repaired. So he went for a quick wall. Don't tell me there's a hole there. Okay, there is no hole. I was scared for a moment, but it looks like blue just wants a counterattack. Red is already going for the archers. When you go for an archers like that, you probably want to accompany them by a spearman, and that's happening over there, although this archer might get picked off. Archer? That was a little bit sloppy there for red. Now the spearman arrives. Best thing you can do is get a couple of hits on those scouts, but this is why you don't send archers alone, and you probably just want to turn back and fight here. What is red doing? Don't do this! Oh, that was a bad decision. He should have just turned back and fought. He could have landed 2 more hits. Nice micro from blue over here as he picks off the eagle. Now manages to clean up the men-at-arms. Very nice micro from blue over here, I have to say. as red is trying to take down a scout, but so far the KD speaks for itself. That is going to be a 7-1 KD. Now, Frank scouts here will not be able to accomplish much, but they will have the ability to scout for some extra information. They will have the ability to control the map through mobility, so it's gonna be enough to give blue map control, but blue is gonna need some skirms eventually. For now, it looks like red is just sitting back, chilling over here, making archers on one range, but it looks like he will just sit back and wait. The other reason why blue should add the skirms is because he needs to prevent rewalling, so you could support those scouts with a couple of skirms. Instead, he's gonna play the game like Lita would, just go full walls. I approve this playstyle. It's awful to watch it, especially because there is gonna be a hole here, and I'm gonna bet $5 that he will forget about that hole. But this is how I would play the New Arabia. Just full walls and sit behind it. For now, red is just chilling, but there is really no intention from him to be aggressive at all. He got a hole? Where is he having a hole? This one is logged. I think red is fully walled. Blue obviously has... Okay, I lost that $5. He actually plugged that hole in. Market now coming in here for blue. He is gonna have an opening here on the left side as well. You owe us $5? Well, it is what it is. I just lost $5, I know. Someone won't have to resub the next month. Yeah, I could gift a random sub to chat, because that's $5. Alright, I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word, because this feudal age so far is pretty underwhelming, so might as well gift one sub to the community. That's the $5 I owe you for making that prediction. Next time I'm not gonna bet against myself. That's a bad thing. Alright, looks like we have a bit of a market abuse over here. Scouts still running around, just trying to pick off straggler archers. And on the other side, we still have no castle age coming in. It looks like Mike is the lucky recipient of the random gift sub. So, congrats for that. Next time, bet the double so you can recover. Oh no, I'm not betting on things. I'm not betting on things anymore. Alright, so second stable coming in here. The problem for blue here is that his blacksmith will be delayed, which means that his knights will not even have +1 defense. Now, seeing... Like, if you're red right now, if you ever get to spot the second stable, you should know that your opponent is going into Castle Age. Spoiler, leader will get $2.50 back. True. Absolutely true, but... Still, that's something that I will receive only later, when Twitch payout day is. So, red could have actually denied this blacksmith. That would have been nice value. He is still pretty far from Castle Age, as you would expect. Whenever you're going archers, your Castle Age is gonna be later than the player going for scouts here. So, scale barding coming in here, that's gonna be the opening where the knights will leave. Nice market. Please don't finish that market. Okay, that's just a market wall. I approve the market walls. I'm also a big market waller myself. The concept is that this is a big building and it's just impossible for the archers to hit the villager at the back. So you can just build it to like 20%. You don't need to build more and it's going to prevent the archers from breaking in. And now if you are red, you have to start spamming spears because you know the knights are coming. Forward Siege Workshop will be the follow-up here from blue. And in this situation, when your opponent is not in castle, I think it makes more sense to go for a ram. Because your opponent will not be able to stop a ram. That's an interesting way to reroll this one double barracks. You could go for a mangonel. But the thing is that the ram has more building damage, so you could easily destroy this range, which would be pretty valuable, destroying such a production. So, Now if you're blue, you're seeing the double barracks coming in here, you should prepare. One of the best ways that Franks can prepare for this is start mining stone. If you are blue right now, send 4 wheels to stone, and you will have a castle for throwing axemen in the foreseeable future. One of the reasons why Franks is such a good Arabia civilization is because they have a very, very straightforward X-switch into throwing axemen if their opponent wants to go for pikemen. There is apparently a hole here on the berries, as looks like 4 knights will be able to go in. I am unsure if this is good though for blue. This one is gonna be a dead villager. But really, blue is just gonna lose his knights over here to the spearmen, I believe. Or is he? Oh, red is toast. Red is so dead. Spearmen weren't there in sufficient numbers, and now the villagers will start going down, and indeed blue is opening with a battering ram. That's what I was talking about. You can get rid of that range very fast. If your opponent was in Castle Age, this wouldn't be a thing, because he makes a siege workshop, makes a mangonel, and takes it down from behind the walls. But as long as your opponent is in feudal, in such a situation, you can make a ram. So, the knights will keep running around, nice quick walls over there, spearmen chasing relentlessly. Blue is not really bothering with villagers added to stone. So far, blue was able to kill 4 villagers from his opponent. Villager count as such is 4 in the favor of our blue player. So, eco upgrades, let's talk about those. Boso and Heavy Plow for blue. Boso is coming in as well for red, as we'll have a siege workshop. That's just gonna be for defensive mangonels, because there is scorpions coming in. Pikemen are already out, but the knights are still able to get a couple more villager kills in here. This is just a tough time now for red. He was so late to Castle Age here that it was inevitable for him to lose stuff. Blue is still 1 TC though, so there is a chance for red to recover here, especially because red is losing a lot of high value knights, and one of the things that you can do here with Mayans is also make a couple of eagles to try and snipe the scorpions. You probably don't want to take this fight though if you're red, right? 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 That eagle is doing the work here. That eagle is doing a lot of work, and the value that blue is losing is considerably higher than what red is losing, and suddenly the flood of infantry is something that blue is gonna have trouble dealing with, alongside that eagle that's just gonna chase down that villager. So 4 villager dead, and boom, red has stabilized. He's behind by 5 vills, which is less than ideal, but he managed to clean up quite considerable value from his opponent. So that is definitely a positive. Now there's a battering ram coming in, so that siege workshop and that monastery is just gonna be dead. A monk is also out. Obviously, Mayans is the only Meso civilization, or only American civilization to be precise, that doesn't have redemption, so Incas and Aztecs have it. So redemption to convert the buildings is not really a possibility. Indeed, this is an interesting question. Why is blue making a monastery here? I think he just thought that red's going to go monk defense against the knights, and he wants to convert the knights back or indeed heal the knights. It's still interesting though, because against triple barracks play, by the way it's only 2 barracks now because one of them got destroyed, against triple barracks play, indeed monastery might not be the first thing that you think about. So, 4 scorpions are inside over here. Red just needs a couple more pikemen, or a couple more eagles to deal with them. Here's the big pop though, and that is actually a good fight for blue over here, firing downhills with the scorpion. He is taking down everything here. He was patient, he waited. Here come the monks now, scorpions focusing down the monks. The battering ram is sent to destroy the scorpions, but it was a little too late. So now, looks like the knights will be able to edge out a victory here and keep the siege workshop alive. And the base of red is still wide open. He needs something here, like a market quickly placed to prevent the knights from running in. Still 2 barracks and monasteries now, as the villager count is still in the favor of blue. Both players have pretty low TC idle time, which is surprising considering that in the previous games, which were apparently higher elo players, they were actually having a lot more TC idle time, so it's a bit of a surprise in many ways. Nonetheless, we will have more pikemen coming in. Red's making a mangonel, that's probably the good thing to do here against the scorpions. Keep in mind that Mayan's economy is super efficient, so that's something that shouldn't be overlooked. Also, red is on 2 TCs, whereas blue is on 1, so the villager discrepancy is now basically none. And red, I think the best thing for him to do would be to start mining stone. I mean, the best way to stop such a siege push is to get a defensive castle up. And Mayans would love to have a defensive castle against Franks, because Franks will struggle really badly against plumed archers. So it would make a whole lot of sense for red to start mining stone here. And he's got a safe stone available. One pikeman got converted, but he's just gonna get poked down by the rest of them. So for now, red is safe and he's taking over in villager count. Blue's still staying on one town center, but blue's mining stone now. And he's not impossibly far away from dropping a castle. If he wants a castle drop, then this is the time to do it. And if he gets a castle up around this area, and gets a couple of throwing axemen out, those pikemen will have a really hard time over there. Red tried to break out, but that's not gonna be a possibility anymore. Monks. One of them gets killed, the other one gets a conversion, but still gets picked off, so 2 monks for the price of 1 knight is not great, but there was another conversion here. Now the knights come in to take down the mangonels. Nice micro there from blue. That's very, very nice micro. The pikemen, on the other hand, engaged the knights here, and we had some big hits, so we're gonna rewind that so that we can take a look. So the idea here for red was that he breaks out and sends the eagles and the pikemen after scorpions. Scorpions definitely got some good hits on it. The pikemen here, and there's a mangonel also popping out, so most of this infantry got slaughtered, and it was a bad decision from red because he also lost his mangonels now. If he stayed back and didn't go this ambitious, then he could have actually saved his own mangonels, maybe. Now, the knight actually gets a kill on the mangonel, though that's value there. So it's still a hold from red, as now he's taking over in villager count. There is another barracks coming in here, and now red is mining stone. So clock is ticking, I would say, for blue, because otherwise, if he's not doing any damage, as red needs to delete that knight, something that he did not do. Red tried to save that, but at that point he needs to delete that knight, because now blue can convert it and heal it up, so that's 1 extra knight for blue. So at this point, red is taking over in villager count, and he's getting closer and closer to a castle. Blue is also relatively close to a castle, and I feel like these villagers might be going in for that. If you make a castle here, that's gonna make life really hard for red, because his barracks will go down and he's not gonna have any chance to hold the front of his base, and knights will just run past. Let's see where that castle is coming up, because that is definitely a castle. Light cav, interesting. Blue is gonna go for light cav so you can snipe monks, but I think when you have this many knights, it might not be the best idea to go for light cav. I don't think it's necessary anymore. Where are those villagers going? Did they see the army moving out and just didn't want to fight this one? The knights have +2/+2, the pikemen only have +2 defense, so this is a fight that the knights will win pretty decisively. Now the light cav come in, and since the pikemen weren't close by, a couple more monks will go down. There was only 1 conversion, and I think there is going to be a second one as well. It's an okay fight for red, but it looks like this is all just a diversion from blue, who is trying to build a castle here, but his own villagers are laming him. That is an interesting castle, because it would deny 2 wood lines and the stone mine from red. Red, he's gonna rush up his own castle here, and he can pull more villagers to do that. Head to head is the castle building contest. Look at this. 50%, red's gonna get that castle up. I think one of these players will have a doubt castle here, and that should be blue. Is it gonna be a doubt castle? Yes, it will. There is no way this goes up for blue, right? 87, Lord Doubt may smile upon us. 94, 97, 99, it goes up. It goes up. So now it's a race to petards though, because this is the time when the 2 castles are so close that you gotta race for petards. And simultaneously battering rams. That's exactly what red is doing. When the 2 castles are close enough for each other to prevent the villagers that are garrisoned inside the castle or whatever melee unit to destroy the rams below, then you gotta go for rams. So that's a good choice, but you probably also want to queue up a couple of petards, because rams will take some time to take that castle down. Still, red should be able to hold that position. Blue is making the siege workshop right now for rams. Second TC on the way for blue with a mass migration of villagers. Probably could have been easier if you just delete
a tile of wall over there. Meanwhile, Blue's forward here is in flames, but it is still operational. Red just going for the good old-fashioned pikeman flood, as he's slowly taking over in villager count. So now he's 83 vills. That's a pretty considerable lead now, and as I said, Mayans have efficient economy. Soon this could be Imperial Age on the horizon for our red player. Now it looks like the battering ram changed his mind. He no longer wants to attack this castle. He's going for the siege workshops, but no, you have to take that castle down, because if you don't do it, then Blue will. So when you have two castles this close, you have to initiate the engagement and start taking down the opponent's castle, preferably not mangonel down your own pikemen. So, looks like it's gonna be a counterattack though. Look at that army, just like in campaigns. Bunch of pikemen, monks, siege, and it looks like it's gonna be direct counterattack towards Red's base. But this is, or towards Blue's base, this is dangerous for Blue. Because this could easily steamroll his base over here. Simultaneously, however, there is a bunch of throwing axemen around. So, Red also has to be careful, because the throwing axemen, plus the fact that the ram push could happen here any moment, could suddenly turn things into a disaster here. So, here come the battering rams, and as I said, Red has no tools of destroying those rams right now. No mangonel behind. He could have a mangonel on this hill and just fire down hills on those rams, and it looks like we have the big scuffle here. This could be a disaster for Red. The next half a minute will decide the outcome of the game, I believe, because Red has the eco lead, mangonels are shooting at the throwing axemen and many of them are going down, but the monks are dead, which means that the knights have the chance to jump on the mangonels, and so many villagers are absolutely being caught in the middle of this slaughter. The mangonels went down, which means now the throwing axemen will just be able to slaughter the pikemen. Is this enough though from Blue to stop a castle here? Other side, the castle from Red is going down, so Red's base will be breached here, and I don't think that Blue has enough throwing axemen left here to stop this castle. The castle is at 60%, and there is still so many pikemen to just absorb the damage. Blue apparently will buy a castle for himself here, right? He is actually buying a castle here. Villager count is dead even now, by the way. So there were enough casualties for Red over there to even the villager count. And this is the interesting situation here. This is the MTC! This is the MTC for Red! No way! That's the MTC down! I was just about to say that this is gonna be an interesting situation of Red being an imp and capable of trapping down castles, while Blue is steamrolling his base with rams. But that is the MTC. You always have to choose the safer TC for imping, and in this case this was the one, and now he needs to restart from scratch. This buys so much precious time for Blue over here to get to imp himself. A defensive tower coming in here as Red wants to colonize that mining camp. Oh my goodness. This is just a disaster. Red could fall apart so easily here, because now the villagers are completely defenseless. Why on the earth did he want to mine gold here? Did he seriously not think that Blue is over there? Oh, that's so ugly. Now the mangonel gets baited into the castle fire over here. Another castle is up for Red, and he's going for the imp right now. Blue doesn't have the food eco to click into imp, by the way. He's got, well, he had 10 farmers at some point, and this is not what I would call an efficient farming eco, if I may say so. So, Red is still leading, I believe, because he will reach Imperial and he can start trapping things down. He's got a slightly more efficient economy, let's just say that. So, by the way, this is a match point for Red's team, so if Red actually wins this, then they win the 1v1 section and we go to the team games. And it very much seems like that's gonna be the case, because Blue is nowhere close to imp. Like, what are these rams doing here, my friend? What's the plan? It looks nice, sure, but what's the plan with these rams? Is he trying to ram down this castle? That could make quite a lot of sense, actually. Because, yeah, he's gonna lose his forward position here, that's almost guaranteed. I don't think he can stop this. But if he just rams down this castle, he's gonna buy himself some time to get to Imperial somehow. Still, Mayans in Imperial should dominate with plumed archers. Alright, Imperial Age is in, and this should be a sign for Blue that he needs to go. And he needs to set a little bit better food eco up. He needs to click up as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Knights are coming in here, and mobility is definitely on the side of Blue here, as he's picking off quite a few villagers from Red. So far, Blue has killed 36 vills. Red has only killed 11, as that is going to be a trebuchet queued up, but I don't even think that it's going to finish by the time this castle goes down. Bracer on the way for Red, and hello there. We're gonna have the Knights hitting the wood line over here. It's only a handful of Knights here for Blue, but it's definitely doing a lot of damage. Not just by killing vills, it's also about forcing idle time, so really, Blue is getting a lot done with little resources, and that is something I appreciate. Now, the problem for Blue is that he is still not going into Imp, and you will not beat an Imperial Age player with just Castle Age units. You see, Treb's already coming out, so this castle is gonna be history soon. And what's even bigger is that Blue has no answers to plumed archers. So, plumed archers at this point will eat the throwing axemen, they will eat the knights as well because they do have bracer. Although the archers are actually shooting at the rams, which gives a chance for the throwing axemen to just throw axes at them, believe it or not. Outposts coming in here for Red to get some more vision across the map. The only way I see Blue coming back is if he actually gets to Imperial, and to breach through the gap in between Castle Age and Imp, he needs to run around and kill villagers with those remaining knights. Probably not the best spot to build your farming eco at as well. These are small things, but these do add up. So, like, if there's a defensive castle, it works, but I still believe that this is a way better farming spot for Blue. So here come the knights, quick walls are coming in, pikemen are chasing, and that's actually a big trap. That's a trap. All those knights will kill 2 villagers, but at this point for Red, killing 5, 6, 7 knights for the price of 2 villagers is totally amazing as a value. So, this castle goes down as expected over here. The castle over here goes up. Blue is gonna sell quite a lot of wood here. He's now 46 on food, so the food count. By the way, Blue is Vivi's team, Red's CL's team. So you see Red is pinging, like that's CL, the coach, telling his teammate that, hey, this is a place to hit, because that's, I think, the only reliable gold mine of Blue right now. Remember that Blue didn't really do a lot of scouting, so he's missing information on this gold mine, for example, missing information on this gold mine, and that's something that's gonna backfire really badly, because Blue is gonna need this gold. He's now on track to be good with the food, but not with the gold for Imperial. Looks like he's queuing up a lot of light cav, so he might be playing this the Hera way. That's quite a few throwing axemen as well. Red still needs a lot of plumed archers, and he definitely has hit a production bottleneck. That's something that we need to talk about. Red has made 3 castles, lost 2 of them. So Red has lost a lot of stone on castles that never produced plumed archers. And this is the reason why he's hitting a serious bottleneck over here. With his archer numbers, you see that he really wants to go plumed archers, but he just doesn't have the production for it. As the throwing axemen actually take a pretty decent fight over here, trying to close the distance in this one. A couple of knights to support could also help out for Red or Blue here, just to soak up the arrow fire type of a thing. Right now, the light cav seem to serve that purpose, and looks like Blue is taking over. We could be going in for game number 5, because look at the villager count. Blue has had some rough moments in this game, but I feel like Red is just unable to capitalize on Imperial Age, and he has taken quite a bit of a beating to his eco, and what's even bigger is that Red is forced to micro these units on the right, and while he's microing, he's not noticing this. So many villagers are going down from Red. Look at this, 60 villager kills now. 60 villager kills. That vill kill number was something like 20, 30-ish a few minutes ago. That's the reason why Blue is taking over now, because Red is losing villager after villager to the raids. And Looks like that's the next light cav raid coming in as well. Blue might not even go Imperial here at this point. I mean, he's 66 on food. This is full Hera style that he's doing over here, full Castle Age. And as I said, Blue could definitely afford Knights even, especially if he finds these gold mines. He just needs a little bit better scouting in this one, but the mobility of the light cavalry is not something that Red can deal with very efficiently right now. Red needs something like a defensive castle or stone walls or something like that, but at this point this is value for Blue here. He's gonna lose those light caps pretty easily because they only have 72 HP and these TCs have Bracer, but does it matter? As long as you're trading one light cap for one villager at this stage of the game, I would say that's a reasonable trade. As Red's eco is falling apart, as now we're gonna have the stone walls. So that's exactly what you need. You need stone walls to prevent those light cap from running into your eco. That's probably your best bet right now. Keep in mind that Red is behind in eco, but he has a shot to reboom here, especially because now he's got a bunch of halberdiers that will just deal with the light cap. Blue clicks into Imperial. Blue has a considerable amount of throwing axemen here, so the halberdiers alone won't do it. Red will need plumed archers. Very, very consistent plumed archer production will be needed here from him. But now with halberdiers up and some plumed archers to support, he might be able to take down this gold mining operation, pushing Blue into a tough spot, although Blue now finds a gold mine over here. And, oh, Blue is so unlucky with this. This gold mine is hiding here. And he's spamming outposts everywhere, but he just can't see it. Coming in with some stables on the left now, so that he can keep trickling in some more light caps into the eco of the opponent. Throwing axemen arrive on the battlefield and get rid of all the halberdiers. Still, this gold mining operation now is done, but the traps will also be gone. Look at this. I love how Blue is moving in here. He's just trying to cut off the escape path of those traps. He needs to get some sort of value for those, and honestly, the TC is alive. The TC stays alive here, which means that Blue managed to secure his position once again. Red with infantry armor here, so he still wants to go for some more halberdiers. Blue is stacking into Birded Axe though, so he will play the throwing axeman game here for an extended amount of time. Red is on 3 TC still, but this is the big problem. No plumed archers, and without plumed archers you don't stop those throwing axemen. So you need something that actually deals with those throwing axemen, otherwise you're just gonna die to Imperial Age units, because so far Red was barely holding and Blue was in Castle Age. Now Blue is in Imperial, and suddenly elite throwing axemen will be a thing, plate mail, blast furnace. And look at Blue's stone count. That's sufficient for another castle. That castle needs to be here, because this would secure the gold mine. Red also wants a castle there, and it would also sort of open up the base of Red. This is why Red is trying to get a castle up there, and he might be able to. Red is at 87 wheels, so is a little bit back on track, but now the light cav breaking on the right side, so all that effort was for none. And it very much seems like Blue is just tearing apart the economy of Red right now. More villagers will be sent over here to get the castle up, but I mean, Blue's eco will get steamrolled now. So you see barracks are being taken down by the throwing axemen, but more importantly, the food eco of Red is just non-existent anymore. Some light caps popping out here to try and stop this castle. The castle goes up here, that for sure. Red's only way back into the game is plumed archers, but those are steadily increasing. So now it's 15, they're still missing chemistry though, they're even missing ballistics. They need ballistics, they need chemistry, thumb ring as well. Murder holes! Alright, that's a way to do things. Red is still at 81 villagers. Luckily for him, the plumed archers are pretty cheap, so that definitely helps a little bit. Monk gets picked off as well. There is going to be a trap shutting that castle, and obviously keeping those castles alive is a priority for Red here, because he needs that for plumed archer production. There is the elite throwing axemen, they already have birded axe, so they're almost fully upgraded in this one. Halberdiers come in here as a couple of throwing axemen join the party, but this is not a great fight for Blue over here, losing most of the light cav in the process. Red will need to repair that castle, and that's exactly what he is supposed to be doing over here. Blue, by the way, has 1300 stone in the bank, so you could spam a lot of castles. Red trying to out-micro those throwing X-Men with the plumes. But as I said, the plumes are lacking a lot of upgrades here, especially ballistics, chemistry. Those are important upgrades that they're missing right now, as Red is not repairing this castle, which means that it is inevitably going to fall. And on the other side, Blue coming in with another castle here. I feel like that's the end of the story for Red. He's losing this castle here, and he's gonna get another castle in his face. His army is just getting absolutely torn to shreds, and Vivi's team equals things out. We are in for a game number 5 in this mini best of 5. And then you would have to play 2 more team games, an Arabia and a Nomad 4v4. So this series is gonna be really long. So now it's 2-2. The first 2 games were won by CL's team, and then Vivi's team actually came back in this one, winning this Frankish game. It was a very, very wacky but very, very back and forth game as well. Blue's ability to raid was probably the key here. So if you look at this, 97 wheels killed compared to 21. That's probably the main reason why Blue was able to overtake the opponent. And you see the gradual decrease of villagers over time here from Red. So his eco was just pretty much torn to shreds by the light cavalry. And that's why the eco at the end was way better by Blue. There were some wacky moments by Blue, but one thing is sure, once he got his eco rolling, he definitely took over the game. Red was never able to get his plumed archer numbers up high. So, with that being said, now we're gonna have a 5th game over here. Once again, it's gonna be on Arabia. The final players that are remaining, once again, full Chinese characters in their names. So I have no idea how good they are. Apparently, the player from Vivi's team is 1500, so this is like a bit of a low elo Legends with Lida, although 1500, not necessarily low elo, but still, compared to the high level players, it is. But let's call it mid elo. So Vivi's team will feature a 1500 rated player, whereas for CL's team, we don't have any data about this player on AoE 2CM. Xapple Guy, thank you so much for the new sub. I appreciate it. Welcome. So, yeah, it's probably going to be the 1500, 1600 level, I would say, for this final one. And then we will actually have team games. I didn't think this is going to be this good and this long. But, you see, there is a lot of fun in this one. Even though these are slightly lower rated players, the fact that they are actually backed up by the support of pro players, so they're sort of doing a coaching style thing, explaining what to do, is actually very helpful. This reminds me a little bit to... how was that called? It was one of Hera's first tournaments. Anyone remembers that? One of the first tournaments Hera has hosted. How was that called? It was when you had a higher rated player and a lower rated player, and it was 2v2. So, yeah, and it also reminds me a little bit to Improvement Cup. So there is some tournaments that are aimed for this one, like teaming up pros with lower elo players, so that, you know, they are able to improve as well. So, let's see what we have over here. They're setting up the next game right now. CL's team is already in the lobby, so we're just waiting for Vivi and his teammate to show up. And as I said, after this, we're actually going to have the fun part, I believe, or at least what I deem to be the fun part, which is the team games. So we'll have a 4v4 Nomad. and we are gonna have a 4v4 Arabia game. All right. So, let's see if the game is up. Yes, the players are ready, so we can get going. Curious to see the remaining civilizations. I would love to see the new civs being used once again, as looks like we're gonna have the same civ matchup here. No, that's the previous lobby. How is that possible? The previous lobby is still accessible. Oh, I know why. The reason why the previous lobby is still accessible is because one of the players probably have not quit, like either from CL's team or Vivi's team. So the lobby is still visible. I was like, oh yeah, the game is up. And then I jump in and it's like Franks and Mayans again, and the map looks suspiciously similar to the previous one. And then I realized that, oh yeah, it's the same game. The lobby is visible as long as there is at least one player in it. Then it gets disbanded. So considering that CL and Vivi are already in the new lobby, that means that it's one of the players that are not playing in this one that's still remaining there. So we are all set, and the game is launching just now. So now we have 2 games, 2 lobbies to choose from, and I successfully chose the right one. Saracens versus Mayans. We have seen Vivi's team using Saracens. This time around, it is gonna be CL's team using Saracens. So looks like they want to be the aggressors in this one. I'm gonna have to edit the colors once again. So welcome everybody to the final game in this 1v1 section. We are gonna have Vivi's team on the left side in blue as Mayans. Right side will be CL's team in red. The players that are playing right now and are being coached by Vivi and CL are about 1600 rating. Saracens for CL's team and the Mayans for Vivi's team. That is a Civ matchup that is massively favoring Mayans by every single measurable aspect. I have absolutely no idea what Saracens can do against Mayans. Once again, a wonderful Arabia generation, right? It's just wide open. This is what I was referring to when I said in the previous game that, look, you just have to look for the emptiness and you know your opponent is that way. There is no way your opponent is this direction because there is wood here. You can tell just by having this emptiness here that your opponent is close, and I mean, come on. The 2 boars are actually visible on the same screen. And one of them belongs to CL's team, one of them belongs to Vivi's team. I massively disapprove the changes to Arabia. I think I mentioned that a couple of times. I understand the arguments that you have to make the script a lot more open, but this is just, as it is, an awful map script. Like, this is far from tournament ready. Thankfully, for Empire Wars Duo, we use the old script. Anyways, you see that the red actually wanted to lame, and he was coming in this direction. This is what I was telling you. If you see this wood line, you can tell your opponent is not down here, because you always have emptiness in between you. You see that this is empty, your opponent is likely going to be that way. So that's one of the things that you can use in this one. All right, first board is in for red. In this one, he's only 3 on wood, surprisingly. Yeah, exactly. I also like how the concept of having the front of your base open is fine, but I mean, just look at this screen right now. The wood lines are extremely far away, and what I loved about Arabia is that you could still vole it. Like, I know I'm a voler myself, but what I'm saying here is that it's not good to turn Arabia into Atacama. We have maps that are very open for tournaments, right? And we have maps in a map pool that are very open, or at least there should be maps. Like Atacama, as I said, Land Madness whatsoever. Hang on. Did you see the moonwalking boar? Whoa. So, the thing is that I think the wood lines are still quite far, and this is too much of an opening. Or at least that's just my personal objection. I don't like how there is pretty much a definitive emptiness between the two players. So, like, or for example, look at this. Blue has one legitimate wood line. On what scale is this map fair for blue in terms of wood lines? Red has two reasonable wood lines. Blue has absolutely no backup wood lines. Wide open left side. I understand the open concept and I'm not against it. I'm against the massive inconsistencies that this map spawns with. That's the problem. That currently this Arabia script is hilariously inconsistent and oftentimes extremely unfair to one player. That's my main problem with it. It is not a standard cope. One of the players, like Vivi and CL, are just sort of coaching the other player that's playing. They're not allowed to intervene. So it looks like we have a pause for a moment as we're waiting for the players to come up. 5 minutes have passed, so I don't think it's actually a restart or anything. Restart because of no wood. There is wood. There is definitely wood, if you want to put it strict ways. There is absolutely no bugs in this one. As I said, I don't like the script itself because it's massively inconsistent, but this is not a bugged generation. This is just how this script is. So, yeah, it is what it is, right? You got CL. This is something I want to highlight. Something I haven't seen very frequently from players. Looks like Red is building his houses intentionally close to his wood line. This is pretty rare, but I assume the idea here is that you would just use these as foundations for your quick walls later. That's my concept. That you're building these here so that you have to quick wall less and it's easier to quick wall your wood line. That's my assumption in this one. So, still no sign of any decision. So I'm leaning towards this one not being restart, especially because 5 minutes have passed. Just play on with it. That's just my assumption. If you feel like this Arabia is not good for a tournament, just use Hidden Cup Arabia or KOTD Arabia or something like that. That's probably the simplest way of getting around things. Anyways, so second board was coming in here for red. They do have 4 on wood. Other side, also 4 on wood for our Mayan player here. Considering how open the map is, it makes quite a lot of sense to open men-at-arms on either side. But obviously Mayans are just much better at doing that. So men-at-arms archers can be reasonable from both sides. But from the moment we go for archers, this is going to be a rough one for Saracens, because Saracens won't be able to match the archer numbers of Mayans, so they will have to go skirms. If they go skirms, the Mayans go eagles, which forces the Saracens to go knights, but that leads nowhere in the long run for Saracens. Maybe knights and siege in early castle age for Saracens could be something. That I can see working, but nothing else. So what's up? Looks like it is supposed to continue. Oh no. This may be a pause bug. Yeah, this is probably a pause bug. So this is the moment where you're gonna have to cross your fingers so we can actually fix this by restarting the game. Or well, not restarting the game, but respectating it. Because it looks like it's a pause bug. Okay. So we're back in the game. Cross your fingers that we can just skip that pause bug. We're gonna try to fast forward and hopefully we'll be fine. I need to reset stuff as well here because it was red for CL's team and blue for Vivi's team. Okay, so that was the first boar. There will be 2 houses built here. We're not that much behind. So here it is. No! I thought this bug was fixed a long time ago. What do we do now? What do we do now? In case for those of you that don't notice, basically what happens is that when you spectate, if they pause and they unpause, we don't know exactly why, the game just remains paused for the spectators. So there's absolutely no way for us to spectate this game from further on, which means that the only way that we can see what's going on in this one is the one and only Doyu. I don't even remember when was the last time I casted a game using Doyu. I remember there was a tournament where the only POV stream was this. Okay, so here is Doyu. This is actually one of the more reserved or refined channels. This is CL's Doyu. This is basically like Twitch in China. Usually you have a lot more things flying around the screen, so if you ever see Mr. Yo stream, it's like one massive chaos. This is the best I can give you. This is the only feed that we are actually able to receive from like the game itself. We can't spectate it further because it's bugged. So CL is opening Man at Arms over here, by the way, as he has managed to. He didn't click the upgrade just yet. You see, it's not queued up over there. He did manage to pick off. Was that villager picked off? This is the view from the coach. That is correct. Or at least, you see, he is not actually moving the units. He's clicking it, but he's not moving it. He's selecting stuff, but he's not actually actively acting. You see, he's selecting vills. He's probably explaining something as well, but I muted it because I don't speak Chinese and it's probably going to be very confusing anyways. But you see that he's not actually actively sending units anywhere. So he's just spectating as we are, which is actually a good thing because this means that we're sort of seeing an inside spectator's perspective, so to say. Obviously far from ideal, but still. Right, so red already has archers coming out. Blue's got archers as well in this one. There is going to be a second range coming in for CL, or CL's team. The colors are also flipped, by the way, because the first series, CL's team was red and Vivi's team was blue. Then they switched, but I switched them in a way that it would be consistent with the first sets. But obviously, I can't switch colors here. So here's the deal. We now have archers coming out here for our Saracen player, but as you would expect, the Eagles will just make quick work of that. That's the problem that you're facing with Saracens. Mayans can do whatever you do, just much better. So, Scout trying to pick off the archers over here. That is the only scout that blue has, by the way. So CL's team only has one scout over here. The Eagle will finish off an archer there. So, you have a market for CL's team, but it doesn't have a blacksmith. Would be nice to see Red's upgrades on those archers. But I think Red's got fletching, because the damage output of those archers on the man-at-arms were pretty decent, so I'm leaning toward thinking that Red's got fletching in this one. Blue definitely does not have fletching, As he's now making skirms, there is the blacksmith coming up. But as I said, when you start making skirms, you fall into the problem of Mayans just having the chance to mix in egos here in this one. So yeah, Red's got fletching. As you see, he still has pretty decent man-at-arms. Blue has not gotten horse color, and you see that Blue doesn't have food income. Blue doesn't have a single bit of food income. He's just buying food using the market over here. Because, like you see, he's got 1 on food. You can see it up top over there. Still archers being queued up over here. But the thing is that at this point, Red probably has a lot more efficient economy, especially with Mayans. You don't really spend a lot of food now that you're making archers, so you can bang that up very, very easily, and it looks like the man-at-arms are gonna get a villager kill on the right side. Luckily for us, this might be a quick game here, because Red seems to be stomping Blue here, as you would expect in a Mayans versus Saracens matchup. There is an eagle chilling there, apparently, that could be used very well against that skirmisher that's shooting at it, but you see, CL's team is CL's team is now partially off from gold, or at least they had to abandon it for a moment. So I feel like this is gonna be the situation where Blue is holding, but he won't be getting anywhere in the next 3-4 minutes. And behind this one, I'm fairly certain that Red is already progressing towards Castle Age. Based on the score, 1700 to 1400, it's unlikely that the Red has clicked up just yet, but we should see a dip in the score soon, indicating that Red has clicked up. So, considering that we are, 17 minutes, about 30-something-ish vills, this is a time where Red is already adding villagers on food. So, I would say that in 2 minutes of time at maximum, Red is going to be on the way towards Castle. Blue is actually making a third range right now, so full Tato strategy over here. But as I said, if Red, so Vivi's team, reaches Castle Age here, then Eagles will just steamroll everything. By the way, CL's team actually opened the set with 2 wins, and they were match point. And now Vivi's team is actually leading here in the final one, which means that Vivi's team could reverse sweep CL's team here in the 1v1 section, which is pretty cool. So, still no click up here from Vivi's team. You will see the drop in the score from Red. The scores will pretty much even out when Red clicks up, or at least that should be the case. So far, skirmishers are being mixed in by both parties, but as I said, the ability to mix in egos here is pretty massive for a Red player. Blue coming in with the wars. As more and more skirmishers hit the field, Blue might get housed here at this pace. Yeah, Blue's gonna get housed. So now he's launching a counterattack, or at least poking around. Red's got +1/+1. That is a thing here for CL's team in a matter of moments as well. And looks like those archers might actually find a way into Red's base. And we have seen that these games can swing really, really fast over here. So those archers finding a way into Red's base could easily get this back. And remember, these are Saracen archers. They get through the walls really easily. Red will have to pull all his forces back here to defend against this one, but he's only trickling in a couple of archers at the beginning, meaning that he will lose 3 of them pretty easily. That's a nice counterattack here by Blue, and the scores are starting to even out. Red's still not clicked up to Castle Age, I believe. So, as things stand, Blue now coming in with some more skirms. This might be a full feudal from him, honestly. Because if this gets to Castle Age, I don't see him being able to beat our Red player here. Once again, we have housing issues here. But now, you see that most of the army for Vivi's team is actually on the left. So, these guys over here. But there's a bunch of archers coming from CL's team on the right side. And now these are breaking in. Red is forced to chase, and that's exactly the situation that Blue wants to be in, because he just needs to break through the walls at the gold mine. While this army is chasing this army needs to head over here to the gold mine and hit that from the other side. Red is losing villagers, and I may have spoken too soon, because CL's team is actually getting the score closer and closer, and those Saracen archers are now starting to pay off. looking at those resources, Blue is also progressing towards Castle Age better and better. And guess what? CL's team is slaughtering whales here. Now, there was quite a lot of time until Blue was housed, so there's a chance that the villager count is still even, but you see that the score is now dead even over here. Blue has lost quite a significant portion of his army, but he definitely did quite a lot of damage to Vivi's team. And keep in mind that this was the only wood line for Vivi's team, so the fact that it was idled and a bunch of villagers were killed means that Vivi's team didn't really have a huge amount of wood income in the last 1 or so minutes, but there is Castle Age for Vivi's team, and that's where things are getting rough for CL's team. He's gonna have to use the market quite heavily to get up to Castle, but I feel like Vivi's team will just drop a castle, or not a castle, what is that? Siege Workshop on top of that hill with the stone mine and just push with that. He needs probably a lead skirm for that, so even without seeing what red is doing, I would say a lead skirm make more sense here. Use a lead skirm, secure this ground, and get a siege workshop up. It looks like he went for crossbowman instead, though. Now, he needs to be careful, because that's quite a lot of skirms from blue, who still hasn't clicked up, by the way, but that many skirms firing down hills, that may be enough for blue to hold this position, especially if he focuses down the crossbowman. Blue is on the way to castle as well. Still, if Vivi's team switches back into Eagles, then this could be a massive destruction. It looks like they are going for elite skirms as well in this one. Pretty considerable score lead for Vivi's team right now is what we're observing. And there is no stone for CL's team, neither enough wood to make additional TC. So this is going to be a 1 TC build from CL's team, as he's once again going to try and push the wood line of Vivi's team, whereas he will try to defend with skirmishers. Is this another stream? Yes, because the game has a pause bug, which means that we can't unpause the game. So we can't spectate in-game or with Capture Age. We need to see CL's POV for this one, unfortunately. I don't like it, but it is what it is. Now it looks like the elite skirms chase down those archers, so CL's army numbers are dipping quite heavily, and this is the moment where that palisade gate won't hold off those crossbowmen. The villagers are already dying over here, and CL's team is still far from a castle age, just like at least 15% remaining. You see on the minimap over here that that's going to be a cleanup by the elite skirms. So, nice market wall, by the way, from blue over there. But, I mean, red is smashing the economy of blue here right now. So, if you look at the score, 3k versus 2k, the elite skirms are about to clean up the archers inside the base of red. And simultaneously, those crossbowmen are hitting the gold mine, already idling it, and you see that little red dot over there, that's crossbowmen marching up to the wood line to hit the wood line. I think there is an overchop on that wood line as well. So you see that blue is unable to afford Botkin Arrow. I think this game is over, and that means that Vivi's team would reverse sweep CL's team in this first section, which was 1v1s. Indeed, that's the resign. And with that, we now have an even score. I'm just going to switch back. Well, not even score. What am I talking about? That means that Vivi's team reverse sweeps it. I'm just going to show Capture Age to you. Still unable to unpause it, either within game or over here. But what I wanted to show here is this. CL's team took 2 games in a row at the beginning. Then came Vivi's team and reverse sweeped it. So now it is 3-2 in this best of 5 subset. And now we go back to the lobby and say, okay, this best of 5 subset was won by Vivi's team, so they get 1 score. And from this point on, we talk about 4v4s. We will talk about a total of 2 more 4v4s being played. So you are going to have an Arabia and a Nomad 4v4. The team that has lost this 1v1 section is going to be allowed, or is going to be the one that chooses whether or not they play Arabia or Nomad. So CL's team lost it. CL's team is going to be the one deciding if they play Nomad or if they play Arabia. So that's how it works in a nutshell. We have been doing this for 3 hours, by the way, so this is a super long set over here, and we don't really have a huge amount of downtime. So this setting is just it's just brutal. All right, so it's going to take some moments until they set up the team game lobby over here. That's usually the case with team games. You have to get all 8 players in. So, let's see what we got over here. Now, considering it's game two. Wait, oh yeah, true. I didn't read the rules. Sorry. Game 2, 2v2. I see. So game 2 is not 4v4. I didn't even get to read the rules until then. So game 2 is 2v2. Tier 1 and 1 player from tier 2 till tier 5. So basically, the team captain Vivi and CL will play in this one. They will actually actively play, and they will have 1 player accompanying them from the players you have seen playing before. And then the third game would be 4v4, but in that 4v4, the team captain cannot play. I would say that most likely what's going to happen is that basically the way it works is that you have 6 players per team. And in the second game, you play the team captain and someone else, and that someone else is not allowed to play in the third one. So everybody is going to play either in the second or the third game. That's what I'm assuming here. So you can't just say that, hey, I'm going to use my second best player and my team captain for the 2v2, and then I'm going to use my second best player again for the 4v4 as well. That should not be a thing, I assume, I believe. All right. So it looks like it's gonna be Ming and CL versus Shaoxing and Vivi. So we're going to see the 2 strongest players of each team matching up, which means that the Nomad, or at least I assume it's gonna be Arabia now, because what I said about the map still stands. It's either Arabia or Nomad. It's always the loser of the previous game deciding which of those maps will be played. Hopefully we don't run into a pause bug here, but this is where it gets interesting, and this is what I'm more interested in, to be honest. The 2v2 slash 4v4 section of the thing. So, Ming and CL versus Shaoxing and Vivi. Vivi is better than CL, but Ming is better than Shaoxiong. So that should be a fairly even matchup over here. The players are getting ready right now. Oh, well, this is a super long set. I honestly didn't expect it to be this long. That's what she said. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one, especially the 2v2 and the 4v4 section. That's where the real fun begins. I'm curious about the Chinese 4v4 because Chinese are all very, very good on Nomad. Chinese players playing 4v4 Nomad team games is a dream, to be honest. All right. So we're just waiting for Vivi to ready up over here. And then we can get going with the next game. By the way, as I mentioned, this is something I will mention a lot in the upcoming days. Empire Wars Duo 2, $20,000 prize pool 2v2 Empire Wars tournament, hosted by the one and only myself, is going to start next Thursday with the qualifiers. So be sure to tune in because it's gonna be a fun one. I can assure you that. So it is going to be a super fun tournament. We have a lot of very open, crazy maps. And off we go to what is going to be. I'm just going to edit this. So this is Vivi team, and that is CL team. And this is a play all free. And right now, Vivi's team is leading. This is how the overall set shapes out. Welcome to Arabia. I'm going to mess around with the colors a little bit over here. I'm just going to make Xiaoxiong green as well. And Ming is going to be red. So we'll go with the red, yellow, blue, green colors because that's the usual lineup of team games. So, down south, it will be CL's team. This time around, CL is actually actively playing, not just scoping. So, you got Mink playing as Britons in red on the left. Right side will be CL as Franks in yellow. To the north, we will have Chinese for Vivi in blue. And in green, we're going to have Xiao Xiong as Frank. So, Franks for the cavalry civs and Britons Chinese as the archer civilizations. I actually prefer Chinese here a little bit because you got a slightly better economy overall, plus your team bonus is also a lot more meaningful in a 2v2 setup. Obviously, Britons, especially if you micro your crossbows very well, you can really exploit the extra range, but Chinese have access to siege ram in late game if that's a thing. Chinese will have a slightly better economy than Britons will. So I probably prefer the Chinese Franks combination compared to the Franks Britons. It's also worth pointing out that the two strongest players play different roles in the two teams. You got CL, the strongest player of his team, playing for Franks, so he's the cavalry civ, whereas on the other side, Vivi, who is the stronger player from his team, is playing the archer civ. In the current 2v2 meta, usually the archer civ is more valuable than the cavalry civilization. So I think that having your stronger player on the archer civ is probably better. Overall, you're gonna have CL starting to wall off the right side over here. He's got nice stone and gold at the back over here, and this is a well defendable base, even though his primary gold is pretty open. The base for Ming is not so great. Wood lines are nice, and he's got a nice stone here, but all the golds are very open, so are the berries. Looking at the base of Xiao Xiong, he's got an okay-ish, or at least workable gold mine, but I don't like that it's right next to a hill. Plus, it's also pretty open. A lot of space at the back, though, but also means that it's gonna be hard to wall to the edge of the map in this one. Whereas for Vivi, full openness at the front of his base, but he's got a good stone and gold mine. Though, once again, this gold mine is at the bottom of a hill, which makes it less than ideal. So, as things stand, no one really bothers with any laming attempt whatsoever. Looks like everybody will play chill and standard in this one. So, we're gonna have Xiao Xiong in this one. Going for the berries already. He did not finish the mill, which was a little bit surprising over here. It looks like he has forgotten about it or his villagers derped out. We don't know that. As we now have a bit of a scout scuffle over here. The HP is higher here for Ming, so he's the one chasing down our green scout. In this one, looks like Xiaoxiang will disengage and run back home. Not ideal. He could maybe link up with his teammate scout if Vivi's scout is still around somewhere. It's on the right side over here, so it's unlikely that it's gonna be able to team up to take down this scout over here from Ming. So, Loom coming in really fast over here for Xiaoxiong. This would be a 19 pop feudal, which is pretty fast, but he did push in quite a lot of deer. He finished with both boards, and he's got the Frankish Berry bonus, so Xiaoxiong might be able to pull off a 19 pop feudal here, and so he does. That's a pretty clean feudal, actually. If you look at this, where is that? ILTC only 4 seconds. That's a pretty decent play so far from our green player. Meanwhile, on the right side, we're gonna have Vivi walling off quite a bit over here. With this wall, his gold mine is gonna be super safe, and overall, I kind of like the way he's walling himself. CL isn't really bothering with walls, neither does Ming. Ming is playing 21 pop archers, so slightly faster than ordinary. Whereas CL, he's standard 20 pop scouts. Vivi is doing 24 pop, but it's with Chinese, so that's pretty much the equivalent of a standard 22 pop archers in timing. So walls will be coming up here for Ming as well, securing the back of his base, but his right side obviously will be very much open. Ming or Xiaoxiong should be able to afford a stable upon hitting field age, but obviously this is a very, very tight build over here for him. So far, it's well executed though. So, one thing to point out over here is that I think Xiaoxiong is a little bit closer to Vivi, which helps quite immensely when it comes to supporting each other. So you see the distance between them is slightly smaller than the one between Ming and CL. Could help a little bit. Barracks coming out here for CL. He's not really pushing his boundaries over here. So he's giving up on this gold mine for now. He will TC this one later, but he will use this gold mine in feudal. So stable coming in here, stable as well for Xiaoxiong, and as I said, I'm impressed by the quality of this build. He's able to afford the stable, he's able to afford the scout, and also double bit axe as well. Obviously he's getting horse color for free with Franks. Speaking of horse color, by the way, as we have an interesting archer range spot here for Ming, not really a fan of that. This should have been over here. Usually you want your range to protect your gold mine, or at least you want it close to the front, but this is a far from ideal archer range spot for Ming here. He's also making a defensive tower, realizing that, oh shoot, there is already scouts coming my way, there will be archers coming my way, and it looks like Vivi will also bring his scout in here, so 2 scouts from Xiaoxiong, and you're also going to have 1 scout from Vivi over here trying to isolate the villager from Ming. Will be successful doing so. Nice micro there from Xiaoxiong, although he is going to end up losing that scout, so it wasn't ideal. But now the scout of Red gets trapped in here. Another villager could buy the dust here for Ming if he's not paying attention. And indeed, that's another villager killed. Very good start for Vivi's team here. Xiaoxiong was able to capitalize on that fast feudal really well. Scouts from CL coming in already to push Ming. But look at Vivi, he has already double ranges producing archers, and I did mention that getting those archer numbers nice and high is probably the key thing in 2v2s nowadays. So the fact that you delay the archer player actually matters quite a bit. So one thing I wanted to say is that the economy will be way better for Vivi's team, because they will also get the extra food on the farms of Xiaoxiong thanks to the Chinese team bonus, and it looks like Vivi was also able to squeeze in horse color himself to his archer build. That's one of the reasons why Chinese can be so good. You can squeeze that in, so the efficiency of the economy for Vivi's team is light years ahead compared to CL's team. So for now, looks like we're gonna have most of the fighting coming up here on the left side. Vivi's team playing a little bit more defensive now with the scouts on the left, and CL is moving to the right side with scouts over here. There is gonna be the blacksmith coming in for Vivi as well. After that, he's probably gonna start moving out. CL is fully walled. Ming is getting close to that, but obviously his gold mine is gonna be open. Xiaoxiong is slowly walling himself, not really bothering with it that much. And for Vivi, now that is a massive mistake. That is a mistake that you should not make on any level, let alone high level like Vivi. That is huge. Like, he assumed that that wood line spans to the edge of the map, but that was an ambitious assumption, because this would have been a pretty big wood line. At least it would have been worth checking. but that is going to cost quite a few villagers from him. And all the villagers that were killed at the beginning at Ming's base will be retaliated for over here in this one. You see that Xiao Xiong has killed 2 villagers, Vivi has killed 1, but they also lost a combined number of 3. So all those losses for Ming are now nullified, sort of, because Vivi has taken some beating. Obviously, Vivi is still Chinese, but now Vivi is stuck in his base. And he can't help against archers and spearmen. This is the problem here for Vivi. He's stuck in his base with the archers because he has to defend against the scouts, and now the archers and spearmen arrive from Ming, and they're hitting the farming eco of Xiao Xiong. Looks like the scouts will jump on those archers, and those will be cleaned up because that's quite a few scouts. Over here, Spearman will have to take the best fight he can get in this one. But at the end of the day, it looks like Xiao Xiong will hold this one off for the time being. Behind this one, it looks like we will have some more scouts as well for Xia. So he's going for a pretty heavy feudal aggression in this one. And Vivi will probably push the base of Xia, but honestly, Xia's base is very well defended. These buildings are impossible to get through. The palisades here are protected by the TC. If you reinforce this wall and this wall, then you are perfectly fine for CL, so Vivi won't be able to get in there. Vivi right now is heading this direction, so this is definitely the weak spot right now for CL's base. For now, looks like everybody is starting to progress towards Castle Age, but obviously the players that are closer to it will be on Vivi's team. It's 14 archers versus 10 right now. Ming is dispatching his own archers towards the base of CL. Vivi and Ming both have fletching but no armor upgrade. Ming actually decides to go for the armor upgrade, but that's going to just delay his castle age, so I'm not sure if that's the right idea here. Still, the scouts may actually just gamble on running past the TC, and that exactly is what we're going to see here. Everybody is committing. This is extremely risky, and you probably want to focus down the archers with the TC now, but this is a massive gamble. I've never actually seen such a massive gamble taken in a 2v2, but it may pay off, because that's quite a lot of archers and scouts over here. The scouts do not have defense upgrade here for Xiao Xiong, and there is defense upgrade here for CL, so I'm not sure if this was still a good idea for Vivi's team. Feels like a pretty decent overcommitment. The archers just need to run away here and just kill as many villagers as they can, but it looks like this will end up being a pretty big cleanup. And I did mention that preserving the archer numbers is a #1 priority in 2v2s. Sure enough, CL lost a couple of vills, but where is that? Eco KD. I'm lost in the overlays. Eco KD. Yeah, there it is. CL lost 3 vills total. So, really, this wasn't really worth it, and now there's a bunch of scouts here for CL. Now, keep in mind that both Vivi and Xiao Xiong are on the way towards Castle Age, whereas no one from CL's team is, and this is the problem here. When the knights arrive, this gold mine is going to be really problematic. On the bright side of things, now CL's got a huge amount of scouts here, something that could even be upgraded to light cav when you have this many of them. I think it's an overcommitment to scouts, by the way, but there's a chance they could do some damage to Vivi early on, and remember that Vivi now has very low archer numbers, so holding this base for him is going to be challenging. Castle Age on the way for CL, and Ming is about to click up as well. Ming going for third range here. He can't make additional town centers because he has spent his stone on the defensive towers, so makes sense that he adds additional production. As now the archers are arriving. There is also no armor upgrade here for Vivi, so part of the reason why that fight was so one-sided was that the archers here from Ming actually had armor upgrade and Vivi's ones did not. Still, Vivi should be able to hold these walls here pretty convincingly, but stuff like the scouts trying to hit the wood line over here, or like trying to get through the walls here, will be tough to handle for Vivi. He's gonna have to dispatch a lot of villagers for repairs or so. Still though, there is knights arriving, and that means that these scouts could be easily cleaned up if Xiao Xiong decides to do that. Instead, it looks like CL will send these scouts towards Xiao Xiong's side. That is often a thing that you do, because all you want to do is just make sure that those knights are distracted, chasing down the scouts. That's probably your key priority right now. So here come the scouts. Forging on the way for CL, and whereas chain boarding is coming in for Ming or for Xiaoxiong. Ming, on the other hand, is just now reaching Castle Age as well. And now the scouts run past the TC of Xiaoxiong here. Quick walls are coming up, but that's going to be a lot to quick wall. The gold mine is safe. The wood line is not going to be safe though. And yeah, there is a knight chasing this one down, but at this point the scouts just need to focus down as many villagers as they can. And that is a huge amount of vills that will go down to the scouts. The value is definitely there for them. And you see that these knights are unable to hit the wood line of Ming right now, who will get to Castle Agent. Vivi is stacking men-at-arms! Vivi is stacking men-at-arms. What? It must be a misclick, right? I hope he cancelled it. Please tell me he cancelled it. So now the knights will try to bash their way into Ming's base, but Ming is Castle Age, so he will have appropriate numbers of archers. 31 versus 22, Tumbling will be in for Vivi, so Vivi, he doesn't have ballistics, but he has Tumbling, which means that his rate of fire is better than the Briton archers, but Britons now outrange him, so as I said, with good micro, you can pick apart those Chinese crossbows. We have seen Leary do it. Obviously, Leary is not necessarily the standard for everybody else, but still, the fact that you have a lower rate of fire but higher range means that you're going to have to exploit that. Quite heavily ballistics coming in here for both players in this one. So far, the villager count is dead even. We'll have 2 TCs for Vivi, 2 TCs for Xiaoxiong, 1 TC for both players from CL's team. So, yeah, at this point, Ming needs to mine a bit of a stone and make a second TC. He should be able to afford it, and now this is where this could be dangerous for CL's team. CL does have +1, +2 over here. No attack upgrade on those knights for green, so this is a better fight for CL's team because it looks like the knights, instead of trying to block the knights arriving from CL, they will just go for the crossbows here, but this is once again a cleanup from CL's team, and that means that now we have a massive army numbers advantage. Eco will be better eventually for Vivi's team, but the army numbers are disturbingly low for Vivi's team right now. 53 army for CL's team and 30 for Vivi's one. Especially the 16 crossbows versus 35 is what is disturbing. So, yeah, the problem was that Vivi lost so many crossbows in Feudal that, or so many archers at that time, that he was lowering numbers in crossbows, so he didn't have a good enough force here to take a good fight. And he ended up taking a pretty bad and underwhelming fight. At the end, here come the knights, accompanied by the crossbows. They will focus down Vivi in this one. Xiaoxiong will send his knights to help out his teammates soon, and now he has +1 attack as well. But this blacksmith might go down for Vivi, because there is no tools for him to stop this one, I believe. The good news for him is that he managed to grab +2 defense before it goes down, so really he won't need this blacksmith anytime soon. It looks like once the crossbows arrive, the target will be just getting through the walls. Double kill there for the crossbows, and now the knights break in. The knights are coming from the other side though, so CL's team needs to be cautious about this one, because this could easily turn into an overcommitment, and I think that Xiaoxiong is waiting for that. Vivi will lose a couple of vills, but remember, he's got 2 TCs, so that's not necessarily the biggest deal ever, depending on how many vills he loses, if they can clean up this entire army here, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Remember, now the Britons can't use their range, so it's tumbling time. It's +2 defense as well. Obviously, the hill is on the side of our red player, but this is where the tumbling, the TC fire will actually come into play, and I think that Vivi's team has enough to snowball this one. And the crossbows get cleaned up. I think Vivi's team is gonna hold this, because the knights have evaporated from Xiaoxiong, but on the bright side of things for Vivi's team, he is able to force this one back, and at the end of the day, you see villager count still dead even. For a push that was this powerful, that was alright for Vivi's team, because they were outnumbered 2-1 army numbers wise. Now it's even armies and even villager count. So that is definitely something that evens things out for Vivi's team. Close is still pretty close. And we are gonna have a second TC coming in here for Ming. Second TC already up for CL. He had to get that gold mine secured soon. So now it's 2 TCs for both players, and it looks like now the crossbows will be heading towards Xiao Xiong's base, who's got his army pretty much devastated. So that's why they're heading towards him. They know exactly that Vivi's got the army, but not Xiao Xiong, so this could be a place to strike at. 2 villagers go down over here, the TC will be garrisoned though, and the rest of the villagers will run for their life. It looks like Knights will jump on the TC though, so Xiaoxiong might be forced to take a bad fight over here. Vivi is coming in from the back to reinforce, but obviously as long as this TC is garrisoned it's alright, and Vivi now arrives at the reinforcements. It is 21 crossbows versus 25, but Vivi's got Tumbling as well. On the other hand, currently Vivi is firing up hills, and it looks like this will just become a bit of a stalemate over here. The 2 armies could cancel each other, not sure if that's gonna be a thing here. And now we see the 2v2 meta of cavalry dancing. Some more crossbows arrive to reinforce from Ming. Town Center Fire could help quite a bit here for our green player, and indeed that is the case. Crossbows, trying to focus down the crossbows over here because it's harder for Vivi to reinforce this position than it is for Xiao Xiong. So you can focus down the crossbows and just make sure that Vivi doesn't have ample numbers over here. Guess what? Vivi's imping. That's a risky imp here because his teammate is under a lot of pressure, but if they can hold this one for 2 minutes more, Vivi's gonna have Arbalest. That's a very low eco imp, but with Chinese, that might still be doable. There will be 4 ranges, and when Arbalests come in, that's a completely different situation. Ming also Imperial Age on the way though. So both archer players going up pretty rapidly over here. Vivi is gonna have to use his power spike of Imp very aggressively here. Because if Ming also gets to Imp, he's gonna have 10 range on those Arbs, and they will just pick apart his Arbs from range. So Vivi will have to use his Imperial Age advantage over here, capitalize on the Tumbling Arbalests before his opponent gets Arbalest as well and just outranges him. So we're gonna have 3 TCs now for Xiao Xiong, 2 TCs still for everybody else. Xiao Xiong is gonna have a strong eco behind this one, but currently his villager count is still even compared to CL's one. But he's got a lot more food income, so he's able to produce villagers and probably knights as well a lot more consistently. In here, Imperial Age is in for Vivi, and they are heading straight towards CL, the cavalry player. In this one, villager count still at even. 43 crossbows versus 46 over here. The Britain faster working ranges bonus now paying off for Ming as he's playing catch-up game. In archer numbers, Bracer and Arbalest is in, no chemistry just yet. But this is Ming's gold, or this is CL's gold mine over here. This is the primary gold now for CL, so even if all the villas are just idle, that's already value there for Vivi's team, because CL's not gonna have any gold income. So now the knights will jump on the TC, and that's exactly what they should do. Vivi's team needs to destroy this TC here, and just force CL off from gold. CL found a gold mine over here on the right side, but that's far from being efficient. And what's worse is that now villagers are popping out, so they will be killed here pretty easily. And the knights from Castle Age won't be able to deal with the Arbs just yet. Arbalest is coming in as well for Ming now. But keep in mind that, as I said, unless he can use his range advantage, this is not going to be good enough for him. And these are Tumbling Arbs with Bracer now, whereas on the other side, those are still crossbows. This is a premature fight here for Ming. A fight that could lose them the game, because he still doesn't have his imp upgrades. And you see that this is not a fight that they want to take. Now it's Arbalest though, they do have the hill as well. So Vivi might need to retreat a little bit, and you see that Vivi is focusing down the Arbs here first, because that's the bigger threat right now, as he will be forced to retreat. Cadram being queued up, as I said, Chinese have access to Siege Ram, which is allowing them to snowball games really fast over here. And now the Britain player won't be able to use his range, because he has to take a close fight over here against the Arbs, and that means that the Arbs with Tumbling will actually dominate. Ring Archer Armor is coming in for a red player, something that Vivi doesn't have just yet, but he does have chemistry, as the new wave of Arbs arrives over here on the left side. Neither of the cavalry players is imping, but green is closer to that right now. And what's even more important is that green now has a 20 villagers lead over CL. That's the big thing here. So The archer players are pretty much dead even villager count-wise. Army numbers are bigger for Vivi though. But the bigger deal here is that the villager count for the cavalry players, there is a massive discrepancy between that. And soon I think Xiao Xiong will progress towards Imp as well. You see that Ming is trying to use his range advantage as best as he can. And when he can actually keep the distance, his arbs eat the blue ones, but once we get to closer range, those blue arbs just turn back and shoot with Thumb Ring and finish off the opponent. What do we have over here? Knights trading off against each other. Looks like Xiao Xiong actually went for Iron Casting before clicking up to Imp. Not sure if that's something that he needs immediately. But still, I think this game might be ended by the fact that Xiao Xiong is going into Imp. Whereas for CL, that's not even remotely a thing just yet. Kept Rams on the way as well. Those will be perfect to soak up Arrow Fire, although it looks like most of these ARPs from Vivi will now get cleaned up. Knights doing their best to just absorb as much Arrow Fire as they can, but that's not gonna be enough. We're talking about 24 ARPs versus merely 14 over here. Now the Knights jump on them. Vivi's gonna have reinforcements trickling in, but Vivi is disturbingly low on Arbalest numbers. And I don't see a huge amount of reinforcements coming in. He only has 2 of them in the queue. So CL's team might be capable of holding this one, taking down Precious Knights as well from green. CL slowly rebooming into this one. He's up to 82 wills, but he's still far from Imp. So now Ming needs to do a lot of damage on Vivi or preferably Xiao Xiong to compensate for the fact that CL is quite a bit behind compared to Xiao Xiong in this one. We also have no trade being set up just yet. That should soon become a thing because the map is running out of gold. As now those ARBs with the Britain range bonus, they will start to show their power in this one. And am I right that Vivi is off from gold? I think I'm right. Vivi might not have any additional gold income. Okay, he still has a gold mine over here on the right side, so he's all good, but he's forced to run. And what's even worse is that Xiao Xiong still hasn't clicked up. What is he doing? Does he have the buildings? He doesn't have the buildings. That's such a crucial mistake here. He could be halfway up to Imp by now, and he would have 20 Cavaliers soon. And those are precious seconds lost, seconds that are available for CL to reboom here. And if CL actually can match the Imp timing of Xiao Xiong, they will just steamroll Vivi's team here. That delay in the Imp timing might cost the game for green. And you see that he is just not rushing up a siege workshop, now a castle, kind of scrambling for buildings here for Imp. And now he's imping. He's imping with this DC, which is the right one over here. But as I said, these are precious minutes lost here. Precious minutes that, like, he could be up to Imperial by now. And he could have Cavalier. And you see that at the end, despite the fact that CL had like 50 food in the bank when Xiao Xiong had like 800. Yet they still clicked up at the same time. Or pretty much at the same time. CL's just gonna be a minute behind. That's a massive opportunity lost there for green. How did Vivi lose so many ARBs? They took a lot of fight. Like, they were committing very heavily to this push, but CL's was able to hold this one with more knights. And yeah, it's 75 ARBs. Part of that is Britain range is working faster. Part of that is a lot of archers were thrown away in the previous stage of the game. That's the biggest thing, though. If you think about it, Ming never really has lost a huge amount of archers. Like, there were a fight here, but that was basically an even trade. Vivi lost a huge amount of archers here for nothing. That's where it starts at. And from that point on, it snowballs. You have less archers, which means that you're going to be forced to take worse fights. So, many of the fights that Vivi had to take were bad because he just didn't have the numbers, but now it's indeed 74 Arbalests. And you see that now it's a push coming in here. Birded Axe! Xiao Xiong did not read the patch notes. He's trying to get Chivalry here, which used to be the Castle Age unique upgrade, but it's no longer that one, it's the Imp upgrade, and I can tell you he definitely doesn't want to go throwing Axeman here, so that Bird Axe is just him believing that that's Chivalry. That's gonna be a nasty surprise. Now Vivi is a lead skirm, and don't ask me why Yellow is running back here. He's probably running back because there is a Night Flood coming from Xiao Xiong. Imagine if these Knights arrived half a minute ago. Xiao Xiong would have been steamrolling CL here. Now though, looks like the Knights will return and they will deal with the skirmishers. The problem is Vivi's army numbers here. The good news, on the other hand, is that Xiao Xiong has a lot of cavalry. And by lot, I mean a lot. And this group of archers is also sort of isolated, so 15 Cavalier could destroy this one, and it looks like all the Cavalier are going back to take that down. That's, I think, a mistake, because you need to dispatch some of them to clean this one up. As we still have absolutely no trade coming in. I saw Light Cav upgrade from CL, so looks like they're preparing for Thrash Wars over here instead of setting up trade. And now, those Arbs are pretty much trapped in there. So, now it's Cavalier as well for CL. Interesting that he's choosing Cavalier over +4 defense. +4 defense, it should take priority in this one. Looks like they will jump on Vivi's base now. Paladin even for Xiao Xiong. He's grabbing Paladin. He will clean this up, but it would have been better to clean this one up first, to be honest. Although, Vivi's elite skirms over here, despite not large in numbers, they will take down a couple of precious ARPs here. This is not a fight that Red should actually focus on. Well, he should focus over here and just do something about this, because he's losing a lot of precious ARPs. He's probably looking over here to his ARPs getting cleaned up, and look at those ARP numbers dropping quite badly. Like, Vivi doesn't really have a huge army either, but if we lose all those ARPs for Ming, we will be talking about 14 Knights for CL and 34 soon to be Paladin for Xiao Xiong. So that's the deal here, that if the ARBs go down from Red, and he still has some numbers over here, and I think there is some reinforcements coming somewhere, then the Paladin numbers will actually start deciding the fight. CL now establishing trade over here, not the best markets I've ever seen ever, but on the other hand, Ming is stacking into Halberdier. They start to realize that Vivi is like half dead, so they just have to deal with the cavalry, and that's why they're going for Hobbs. In fact, CL is sending the Cavalier in for a raid, but the Cavalier still are lacking +4 defense. And that's a massive issue, because they will just get killed by TC or Castle Fire, and look at this. Ming is throwing away a lot of Arbs over here. And we also have Paladin coming in here. Xiao Xiong is gonna have to do some massive carrying over here, but they have the power of Paladins. We're talking about 34 Paladins with full upgrades, or almost full upgrades, versus only 10 Cavalier. So, really, Vivi is 72 eco, sure, but I feel like CL is gonna get steamrolled here as well. This is so dicey. CL's team has a much better... The trap! Oh, CL almost trapped those knights in there. Did you guys see that? The Paladins went in here, killing the villagers, and CL almost trapped 10 Paladin in there. That would have been so valuable. Trade cards being slaughtered here as well. CL has clicked Paladin too, but he barely has any numbers over here right now. He is killing a lot of vills from Xiao Xiong though, so now the villager discrepancy is pretty considerable. 83 vills for CL. Vivi is back in action though. He's back to 79, 80 vills. So he's recovering. On the other hand, Xiao Xiong is not noticing this, and this could cost them the game. This is like minus 30 vills here for our green player. And there is increasing amounts of Halberdiers for green, so he's gonna have to be cautious about his Paladins now, because losing those Paladins is gonna be very painful when you do have barely any trade cards to just replenish them. Still full skirm play here for Vivi. He's just now starting to add some orbs again, trying to get back to that gold mine. Paladin still raiding the eco of CL, but I have to say that I think that many of those Paladins were wasted fighting Halberdiers here from Xiao Xiong. There could have been a better use for those Paladins. Maybe run into the base of Ming here, who doesn't have the speed to track it down and kill vills. That could have been a solution. So, as things stand, for Vivi's team, both players are around 100 vills. For Ming, he's got a massive overboom if you ask me. 150 vills with Britons is way too excessive. And this is the big deal here for CL. He forgot about +4 defense. So those paladins die pretty easily to arrow fire. That is a surprising turn of events, and I'm not sure if that's just him forgetting about it or he just can't afford it. He might not be able to afford it, but it's weird to have paladin but not +4 defense. Here comes the push here from Ming. Ming could easily afford a lot more army, by the way, based on his resources. He just can't because he is overbooming. He needs to delete 20 villagers here ASAP. Meanwhile, stone walls are up for Xiaoxiong on the left, but there is still a hole here, which allows the paladins to run in. Let's switch to trade card numbers now, I believe. 16 trade cards for Xiaoxiong, 46 for Ming. That could win the game for them. That's why he's getting banking. Some people were asking about banking and coinage. That's why he's getting it. And that's why he's so heavy on the villager count, actually. Because he's probably going to be slinging his teammate very heavily here. Not necessarily the most ideal lineup, but I mean 53 trade cards. That's a huge amount, and he's just gonna be going halberdiers to deal with the cavalry of green and let CL just go paladins here. CL now going for +4 defense, and I feel like now we are going to see CL's team closing this game out. Their economy is much better, but this is what really matters, the trade count. That is 60 trade versus 26, that's twice the trade for CL's team. So, now villagers moving in over here, a couple of paladins could find that, and that would be a slaughter. And I also see Kebdrams starting to be a thing here. It's basically going to be a halberdier ram push against Xiaoxiong, although he could defend with throwing axemen against that one, so maybe Arbalest could also be a nice support unit there. But looks like this goldmine is going to be lost for Vivi, which just makes their situation even worse. Arson even. Arson. Why would you even research arson here? You just don't need that. It's also worth noting that CL is doing a better job raiding the opponent's trade. We barely saw any raids coming in from Xiaoxiong into the trade of the red-yellow team. This TC does go down, which means a couple more villagers will bite the dust here. Economy-wise, Vivi's team is not that much behind. The problem is that now what they need is trade, and that's not something that's available. Here comes a big cavalry push. They will try to get to the top of the hill, but I don't think this is enough here for... or is it? There is a couple of skirms here fighting this, and that is a cleanup. That is a cleanup over here. A pretty swift and a powerful cleanup, to be precise. And this allows Xiaoxiong to potentially mount a counterattack. Now more and more light cav coming in here for CL. 68 trade for Ming, still just 20 for Xiaoxiong. They need to do something about this one, as CL will start to roll the middle of the map here. You see that you already have this one reinforced by houses, although there seems to be an opening somewhere around over here. Probably, I don't know how these light cav got in here, but they managed to kill quite a lot of lumberjacks from red. There is this Kebdram push, but it looks like Ming may have underestimated the power of Xiaoxiong over here, because those rams, which are very, very expensive by the way, will get steamrolled by mostly light cav, but some paladins as well. And guess what, Vivi's team might be turning this around a little bit here, because the army numbers are getting close, and what's more important is that Ming doesn't really have any army anymore. He's trying to slink his teammate into full paladin, but that might backfire because they might not just not have the numbers on the field needed. Vivi's base is still looking like a Swiss cheese, so there's a lot of holes on it, allowing yellow to run inside and just continue killing stuff. Paladin numbers are getting better and better for CL though, so the gamble may pay off for CL's team here. Pretty much just having Ming going full halberdier and just slinging his teammate into paladins. Because those paladins will now start to have its effect, and it looks like Xiaoxiong will resign. And with that, CL's team evens the global score. This series has been going on for 3 hours and 46 minutes, and we're far from done, because we have one more game, and that is gonna be a 4v4, either Nomad or Arabia game. It's going to be decided by Vivi's team, the losers of this one. Every single game matters here. This is a play of 3, so it doesn't matter who loses here. What matters is that at least one of them is getting at least 1 point from this one, and the other one obviously will be the winner of the whole set in this one. So far, both of these teams are unbeaten in the tournament. So 2-0 are their sets after 2 rounds. One of them will go 2-1, the other one is going to go 3-0 in here. So far, it's close. This one was also a very, very back and forth game in many, many ways. Quick look at the stats over here. So we got slightly better KD here for Ming and CL. Especially this KD is what is ugly for Vivi here. Ecos, Ming, I would say that was also an overboom. But this, the 11,000 gold from trade profit is what really matters here. And you see that 8,000 resources were sent as tribute. I can guarantee you most of that was gold. Because that's exactly what CL needed to keep mass producing Pollen. But you see, what I wanted to highlight is that Vivi consistently kept losing archers from time to time again. You see these little dips in these hills. Whereas for Ming, he like one big battle, but that was it. After that, he never really lost a lot of arbs. That's why he was able to get to like, this was something like 80 arbs at this time. That was the difference here. And that's basically it. At the end, 69 trade cards from Ming, nice. And here are the APM graphs just for you, all 4 players. Looks like Sia had some crazy micro and macro managing over here at this period. That may have been just cavalry dancing though. Alright. This means that we're going for the final game over here. In this one, that is going to be either Nomad or Arabia. That's where he was spamming the go out to Imp button. Maybe. Maybe it was like, okay, I need to get to Imp. Give me Imp. Alright. So now we'll have to wait a little bit until they set up a 4v4. That's gonna take a couple of moments to do. That is the final game of this set. I might cast some more from this tournament in the upcoming weeks because they have a 6-round, no, it's 5-round round robin group stage. And then I assume they will have, are they gonna have a playoff or is it just round robin? It looks like it's just round robin, so we're gonna have a couple more rounds of this one. It's usually in the weekend though, so that's a bit of a problem because it kind of clashes with other events. That's the big thing. All right. So, game being set up right now. We don't know if it's gonna be Arabia or Nomad. I'm hoping for a Nomad game because we have seen quite a lot of Arabia so far. Would be nice to have a bit of a Nomad gameplay as well. By the way, it's Friday the 13th, in case anybody has seen that. So, happy Friday the 13th for everybody. In case you haven't been very unlucky, then there is still some time left from the day to be. Okie dokie. So, we are just waiting for the players to get into the lobby. Hopefully, they will do this very swiftly. But oh yeah, this is the one where the team captains cannot play. I forgot. So maybe they have even launched the game. Because I did mention that the team captains cannot play. By the way, I'm super happy to report that Hera and Lyria are currently practicing for Empire Wars Duo 2, believe it or not. So I was scared for a moment because it's like Bad Boy and Song Song they are playing against, and for a moment I got scared that, oh shoot, are they not playing the tournament games? I don't know who has qualified or so, obviously, but it looks like they're actually doing quite a lot of practice. So that is definitely a good thing to have. Alright, so how do we find this lobby? I guess we're just gonna wait for CL. Or the other thing that we could do is maybe look for another player. That could also work. So I'm curious what players can do with 2v2 Empire Wars, because there is a lot of unique things about that. I am very, very curious about that. All right. So I did mention that the team captain is not allowed to play in this final 4v4 game. So it has to be from the other 6 players that are remaining. I don't know if the player, like the second player that played in this 2v2 can play. I would assume no, which would leave us with the mixed elo composition that we have had before. But still no game over here. So I guess we're playing a waiting game here. Whoever wins this one is gonna get the entire set. Those that are basically the way it works is that you get 1 point for winning the entire set, and then if there is a tie, it's gonna be decided by the score by which you actually won those sets with. So currently, CL's team has won both sets they played in the previous rounds. They won 4 out of the 6 games they played, and Vivi's team is actually 4-1. So that's actually better because they only lost 1 so far. All right. Still no sign of a game. Ongoing matches. This is gonna be a nightmare to find, by the way. This is why I'm trying to rely on CL's stream as well. But looks like they haven't launched the game yet. You confused Red Bull 5. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Went to ongoing matches, searched for White Wolf Palace, and there is no team games yet there. So, although I don't think that each and every one of them has White Wolf Palace clan tag in it. They might be discussing strategies or something like that. I hope they launch it soon though, because it has been 4 hours. I didn't expect this one to be this long. As I mentioned, I need to prepare for tomorrow. because tomorrow I will be making my debut as an AoE freecaster, and I wanted to check out the civilizations, read a little bit about them, because I'm really hyped for that. I wanted to, like, I obviously won't switch to AoE freecasting at all, so it's not like, you know, I'm going to quickly just disappear from AoE scene. That's not the case. But I always wanted to get at least a little bit more involved. So let's say 5-10% of my content being AoE freecasting. But basically, now that we have DE tournaments, for the first half a year or so of AoE free, the spectating didn't work. So I couldn't actually spectate. Will you be casting Red Bull 5 on the qualifiers? I am not invited whatsoever to the main event. So I will be casting the qualifiers on Sunday. Tomorrow, as I said, I have an invitation to cast an AoE free event, so that's not gonna be a thing. I will be casting qualifiers on Sunday. That's the best I can do. Everything else, it's close to me. Alright, so what's up here? Are they just simply not launching or what? Because there's absolutely no games up. I certainly hope that they get going soon. I don't mind waiting a little bit, but I certainly hope we're not gonna have to wait an hour until they launch up the game. So far, they have been pretty fast setting up games, and I've been very happy about that one. So I am. I'm curious. I'm curious at this final game. That is something I can confirm to you. The thing that makes this tournament hard, by the way, to cast is that there is just zero information coming your way. So you kind of have to piece everything together just from, you know, bits of information you find across Wikipedia, whatever. Like, this is just not sort of not targeting the Western audience, apparently, or at least not enough. So yeah, it's hard to find information. Same thing here. Okay, we do have a game. Yeah, no Discord. There is no Discord in China. So no Discord, no AoE zone posts. There is, like, I actually asked Mr. Yo about that, and I asked him, "Hey, is there like a Discord or a place where they share information?" And he said like, "No," and then he laughed. Okay, so okay, this is a problem. Who is who? Who is who? Okay. I remember the T guy. Wasn't the T guy Tushan? Anyone who has been watching the stream for some time. Okay, we're gonna play match the Chinese symbols to Wikipedia here. Because we have to identify one of these players to be able to tell which team is which. This is Vivi's team, I believe. Yeah, this is Vivi's team. I figured it out. I matched the other three player names. So this is wait. This is Vivi's team. This is CL team. What a fun thing to cast, right? Okay, so we started with Vivi's team taking the first one, then CL's team retaliating, and now we are on. Okay, it's on, guys. It's on. It's the last one. So get your hype up. I'm not going to change colors over here, although it looks like they went fairly straightforward. First four colors for Vivi's team, and CL's team is going for the other one. I will confuse the teams a lot here, so... Anyways, I was right, the team captain cannot play, and it looks like the other player that played in 2v2 cannot play either. So it's the rest of the players playing over here. And we're playing Nomad, 4v4 big Nomad over here. That is what we like to see. Okay, let's take a look at the chaos unfolding. I decided to actually change the colors, so hold on for a moment while I do that. Because it's gonna be easier to see things if we have cold colors and warm colors. So now it's good. It's gonna be easier. So, first off, this is still Vivi's team. So the cold colors are Vivi's team. We're gonna have blue over here. On the far right, he's gonna have a dock right next to red. So there's gonna be a lot of party over here. We have Berbers, Spanish, Lithuanians, Portuguese versus Berbers, Spanish, Koreans, Persians. Koreans is like your budget Spanish for Nomad, and Persians is just the generally good Nomad civilization. Whereas on the other side, Portuguese will be more like a water focused lineup, and Lithuanians is just good as it is on all situations, plus relics, plus obvious the fact that you can start getting your eco rolling very fast. Looks like the left side of the map is very, very heavily stacked. We have two players from CL's team over here. We got yellow with Berbers. He's got a very nice TC spot here, and is he gonna fight this Vil? I think he's gonna Vil fight this. Oh yeah, here he is. He's coming into Vil fight Teal, who's got a villager over here. That is a villager that's gonna die pretty rapidly. There is gonna be a lot of chaos here. 4v4 Nomad is one of the most chaotic things you can cast over here. And now you can delete this one and lure the boar back in. Perfect start for yellow over there. He's got a perfect base, by the way. Berries close, deer close, additional deer close, boar, goats, wood. This is a perfect base for him. Orange's got a pretty nice one as well. Stone is close, berry is not accessible. Teal, he's got one wood line to work with, and it could be easily towered by orange. In this one, doesn't really have a great spot, to be honest. In this one, we also have gray being sandwiched in between two enemies over here. The Lithuanian player that has a pretty underwhelming TC spot, only on wood, not a lot of food around as well. The purple player, who's also got a pretty underwhelming TC spot. And lastly, you got the gray player with, once again, underwhelming TC spot here. So really, yellow's got a great base, rest of the players not so much. Orange bringing a pretty far out board here. The interesting thing to look at will be that at this point, the strategy for the cold color team, which is Vivi's team, should be to delay the push of, or like just delay the other warm color players. So gray needs to delay this player and this player at the same time. Same thing for teal. The reason why is because if they delay these players over here, then blue and green can have a pretty much untouched boom. Green is gonna play Fast Castle War Wagons, and blue is probably gonna play Fast Castle Conquistadors. So the idea here is that these two players from cold color team has to delay the other four enemies, and then you're just gonna let the War Wagons and Conquistadors do the rest. That's probably the plan over here. The left side of the map is pretty stacked with fish as well, and I think players will lose their fish pretty fast here, because there is no safe region, really. Blue and red are right next to each other. Then there is yellow here, a little bit safer spot. Teal is also a bit safer. Purple and green are very close to each other. Orange and gray as well. So wherever you are on this map with your fish, there is always an enemy right next to you, it seems like. So fast fuels could also help quite a bit over here for popping out the first fire galley, dropping the first tower. And make no mistake, these players will love to tower. So that's exactly what Gray has to do, for example. Gray needs to secure the stone, drop a tower here, sort of limit the movement of Purple. Although Purple would have a second stone over here. What is... Gray doesn't know. Gray didn't know. Okay. She died. For a moment, I thought she's just gonna run past the town center without loom and she's gonna survive. I think, had she not stopped, she would have actually been able to run past the TC. Looks like Gray had no idea that he's right next to an enemy, and this is where we have to talk about what do you know about the map? And we have to talk about two other things. In a 4v4, I would say Vietnamese could make some sense to find out where the opponents are, or this is a next level move on the current patch where the Sicilians are getting a free transport ship as a team bonus for every teammate that creates instantly. It is, I think, a meta in Big Nomad to have a player with Sicilians, because everyone could actually get a transport ship up and could scout a lot of the water, use the transports to block the opponent's fishing ships and stuff like that. Orange is into big booming on water, by the way. First to click up is going to be Gray, which is, I think, great for the cold color team, because Gray wants to fight on water most likely, so he's going to be pushing Orange here. Second from his team is Teal, shortly followed by Green. Green is going for fast castle already with this one, though. Let's look at the resources real quick. Red and yellow are going up, but as I said, as we have a bit of a villager scuffle over here, red did not have loom, so this is not a fight that he wants to take. And since he's going up to feudal, he won't even have loom for a while. So, considering that the resources were a little bit more scarce for the warm color team, it's not surprising that neither orange or purple are going into feudal. In fact, orange is very, very late to feudal, despite the fact he's got 30 eco. It's a lot of fish for him. Does he want to play organ guns or what? Nonetheless, here comes what's gonna be a barracks for Teal. Maybe... I don't think it's Men-at-Arms towers here, but he's mining stone, so there will be towers eventually. Gray actually taking stone here because he can't take this stone. So Gray's gonna take this stone right next to orange and then probably use it to tower either red or purple. Meanwhile, Gray's out here, and as I said, he can actually squeeze in a fire galley. Orange has no tools to protect his ships, and this is also Berber fire galley, so this will take down the fishing ships pretty rapidly over here. And here comes the tower. The tower comes in, denies the gold for the Portuguese player. This hurts pretty badly because it looks like Orange wanted to fast castle here, but now he doesn't have the gold for it, and his fishing eco is also going to get destroyed by this fire galley that's incoming. So Orange could be in a very, very rough spot over here, and this is what I was referencing to. All that Teal and Gray has to do is just delay orange, yellow, purple, and red. And they're already doing that. Where is Gray at? Gray is coming in for a hunt over here. Gray apparently is going for a stable, but there will be towers eventually. He's pretty heavy on stone, so he will be towering here, make no mistake. As indeed, Orange will have to run with his fish. There is a lot of things happening. Green is the first one to hook up to Castle Age, and considering that he has been relatively untouched and his teammate is making scouts, it could even make sense to castle drop red here. Use the scouts of Grey to secure the ground and then drop a castle here. And then red could be in a very, very tough spot because he would be sandwiched in between two players. Here comes another tower, counter tower on the way for purple. He's got the Spanish builders, so he is gonna be able to get that tower up. Meanwhile, for Teal, he's also arriving with scouts over here as Vivi's team seems to slowly take over because they're trying to prevent these walls. Town centers, surroundings are denied, so farming is not an option right now for Orange. And since he's running with his fish, he doesn't really have a reliable food income right now. Red, by the way, managed to secure the right side with galleys, which means that Red has a pretty reliable food income right now with fishing ships. Tower coming in once again from Teal. This game is just as chaotic as it gets, but this is what you would expect from 4v4. No matter, villager being yoinked here by Gray. Right now, fire galleys from yellow as well to push Teal's fishing eco this time around. Teal, on the other hand, will be able to get this tower up here on the wood line of orange. That's the only wood line that orange has currently, as he's gonna have to evacuate that one pretty swiftly. Other side, Gray's got the stone mine denied from purple, and looks like purple is not gonna be able to counter tower this one anymore. Purple is actually off from stone, and he is going into Castle Age. He could get a castle up if he buys it for himself. That's the only way purple gets a castle. He needs to buy a castle for himself. There is the castle drop from green, by the way. I did mention that Red's team has basically no presence on land. They are on water, so they are actually destroying teal here. They destroyed blue, and it very much seems like they will be able to destroy gray eventually. Purple also still protecting water, so it very much seems like CL's team went very heavy on water, whereas for Vivi's team they went a lot more aggressive on land, and it looks like it's paying off. Because purple is definitely getting delayed, red is getting delayed very heavily, orange as well. Just like it's written in the big book. This is exactly how you want to play this one. Orange almost up to castle age, or almost ready to click up to castle age, and then he will try to get a defensive castle up, but look at this. Red already is losing control over his base. He, I think, will be able to squeeze out castle age here, although if there is 2 or 3 war wagons popping out, that TC might go down before castle age, so that's gonna be dicey. Defensive castle is up on the gold by purple, so conquistadors are a thing. Conquistadors will be coming in here for blue as well, who goes back on stone, so he will go for a second castle. Eventually, as you see, you have 2 players in castle from the cold color team, 2 players as well. Who's calling me on phone? Nope, I'm not taking that call. So, 1 player in the castle from the warm color team, 2 more going up, and the 3rd one is also getting close to going up here. Red looks like he will be able to keep that TC alive just enough to get to castle age. If this castle goes up a little faster, or if green actually commits that war wagon to push that TC, this TC would have been destroyed before castle age. Still, I mean, welcome to castle age, enjoy your death type of scenario here for red. He's forced to do a mass migration, but he doesn't know where blue is, so he just runs into the conquistadors. Red may very well go defeated here. Red has absolutely nowhere to go. This is a guard tower as well from Koreans. This is a slaughter. Look away, kids. There is absolutely nowhere to go. A guard tower here, a castle here, conquistadors here. Red is gonna be lucky if he can save a single will. He needs to save a will because even though he has fishing eco, if he loses all his wills, he's gonna have absolutely no chance to rebuild himself. And currently, he's on pace to doing that. He's down to... how many wills is that even? That's basically all of it over here. Red is getting absolutely annihilated. He's trying his best to save himself as orange comes in here with a castle drop on gray on the other hand. So gray could have problems here soon. Red, he's down to 23 wills, but if you consider the fact that out of 23 wills, there is 13 fishing ships, I think that's all that Red has here. This is everything that Red has. And it's not like his teammates are actually close to help here. Blue coming in here with the conks might get a couple of will picks on that castle that's being built. Keep in mind that now we have all 4 players of CL's team in Castle Age. Or, well, we'll have that in a moment. Although Red is gonna be defeated. Like, Red will very well be defeated, I believe. There is a sneaky will here. This guy might survive with 2 HP. That might be the only villager. No, there is a second one over here that's trying to find a suitable TC spot, but she's just gonna run into the castle fire. Is there any other wills from Red here? Because this lady is probably gonna die. She survives. There is another villager dead. There were 13 fishing ships. So there cannot be more than 4 wills right now for Red. This lady might be the savior. There is 1 villager over there, 1 villager over here. That's all that Red has left. He has been systematically eradicated. Now, truth being told... what? Wait a minute! This castle didn't go up. What am I even witnessing over here? This castle was very close to going up, but... I see. I see. No way. The villagers didn't finish it in time, and these villagers are making a mining camp. They're making a mining camp instead of making the castle. They just need to rush the castle. It's so close. Oh, look at blue. That's a clutch play there. The conquistadors are coming in to help, but the castle is gonna be stopped at a marvelous 98.67%. Gray is gonna pull the villagers to wall that one in and prevent the castle from being built further. On the right side, we have a castle coming up for our Berber player. Probably Camel Archers will be a thing against the Conquistadors. Still, both Grey and Teal are in feudal, and that's not something that should be overlooked. So, sure enough, Red is dead. But Grey and Teal are both still in feudal, so Teal's gonna have no tools to stop an aggression coming from a Castle Age player. But this castle isn't going up for Orange. And this matters a lot because, I mean, what is he going to do military-wise right now? The water seems to be in the hands of Red, or Red's team. And I think if Red loses all his villagers, his only hope is that he keeps making fish, and he's going to slink his teammates insane amount of food. But the rebuild, it's happening. The free hero villagers. These are the free hero villagers that survived, and it was such a close call. Because one of these ladies were... Oh, there's another one over here that's being chased. That's the 4 surviving villagers, I believe, for Red. But he can get another TC up. He won't be destroyed entirely. And one of those ladies ran into the castle fire, so almost destroyed there. Now Grey is the one that's gonna have problems here as well, because looks like the castle eventually goes up. With the help of the Conquistadors of Purple, there is gonna be enough ability here for Red's team to prevent those walls, and the castle will go up, which means Grey is now forced to run. Green comes in here to castle drop Purple. I didn't even see this one happening. When did this all happen? Purple is now getting castle dropped really heavily. In this one, right side Conquistadors from Blue bashing their way into Orange's base, and I feel like the problem is that Red is absolutely not a factor for a long time. Grey isn't really a factor that much, but his teammates are in a better position than the ones for Red, and now those conks will be hitting that wood line. Villager count will dramatically swing into the favor of Vivi's team here, and this may be enough to win the game for them. Another TC will be attempted by Orange here on that gold mine. The war wagons getting all the way to the back over here. What a chaos we're looking into. Orange losing all those villagers. Red actually doing 2 TC boom here. He's got a couple of wheels queued up, so sure enough, he's coming in for a reboom. Grey, he's gonna get pushed back, but the good news for Grey is that he still has his villagers alive. On the other hand, he will lose the TC he's castling with. Grey will lose his Castle Age TC here. There's no way this finishes in time, and he's not repairing. Grey is trying to get up to Castle Age over here, but that's not gonna happen. That TC is going down. Teal is also on the way, and he will eventually be able to get up. The Conquistadors now get trapped in here by the villagers making house there. Camel Archers arriving. Those Conquistadors could easily get picked apart by the Camel Archers. Fun fact, all Grey is now sending the villagers to repair. And is it gonna be enough? Does he have the resources to repair? It looks like he does, and he's gonna keep that TC alive, so he recognized it in the last moment, and he gets into Castle Age over here. Congratulations, welcome to Castle Age. We're gonna have a 3rd TC coming in here for Red. Red is a man on a mission. Luckily for him, he's got his fishing eco, because that allows him to at least have a consistent food income, so he can actually reboom. That's the most important thing. You need, like, this is the big problem when you get destroyed like that. If you don't have reliable food income, you just won't be able to reboom it. In this one, more conks pushing the back of Orange's base. Orange had to relocate a lot of his lumberjacks. Where is Orange's eco at? Orange is also half dead, by the way. Orange has 15 fishing ships and 38 workers so far. So Orange also lost a massive amount of villas. Let's talk about vill losses here. Yellow lost 30 eco, but killed 29. Red lost 28 eco. Orange has lost 35 eco by himself. But look at Blue. Blue is doing the big carrying over here. 48 kills on villagers, only 5 losses. That's the big deal here. That's the reason why they're ahead, I believe. Now, here come the war wagons, and the thing that is running out right now for the warm color team is space. They have nowhere to go now. Like, they're confined into such a tiny portion of the map. It's like 15% at maximum. Whereas for the cold color team, they have all the space in the world to expand to. Red is just, you know, playing the imposter among them. Over here, he's back in action, honestly. Look at that. Red has 39 eco now. That's actually the same as Gray. Still, however, unless Red's team finds a way to get rid of these castles in their face, this is gonna be really tough. But yeah, Red needs to save the game pretty much. He needs to start becoming disruptive and relieving pressure from this area. There's another chance, and that is, I don't know, I think slinging is allowed here, and oh, this could end the game. This is not something that the warm color team was expecting. Blue went back to water, or teal. Teal went back to water. And now, the fishing ship gets entirely annihilated, and now orange is the one that has basically no economy. And purple will soon lose a lot as well. Red is gonna lose a lot of fishing eco, so he's gonna go back to the domain of 30. This is going to delay them enough for green to finish off the game, I believe. Because what I wanted to say is that there's a shot for Red's team, and there's maybe slinging one player to imp. Because if one player is an imp, they can start trapping these castles down and relieving the pressure in their face. But you see, now teal is in here with fire ships. They will just slaughter those fishing ships, and suddenly the eco will heavily be in the favor of Vivi's team. That means that they can actually get to Imperial much earlier. In fact, blue is probably working towards that already. And that would mean traps. That would mean end game over here. Vivi's team is on course to being the unbeaten team after 3 rounds, and CL's team seems like they're actually going to take their first L over here. And it looks like now Red has been discovered. You already see a siege workshop coming in here from blue. Red's gonna have nowhere to go if this gets cleaned up. So I don't think it's gonna matter now, because if you look at what's happening over here, Koreans really paying for their price, by the way. This is the difference maker. War wagons are so hard to kill. And that means that Green's army is just indestructible currently. And look at blue. Talk about a castle drop. That is the juiciest castle I've seen in a long time. It pretty much destroys all 4 town centers over here. Supports the rams as well. Added to the fact that Red is going to get his fishing eco destroyed. He went back to 66 vills pretty rapidly. He's gonna go down to 15 once again. So now, poor Red is once again forced into a mass migration. Does it matter? Probably not, because overall there's already 100 villager difference over here. So we're talking about, like, yellow has some stuff over here. It's mostly just houses, but there's no space whatsoever for Red's team to go, and Red is dropping in villager count quite dramatically. He's trying to spread out his villagers so he can once again reboom, but it's just a constant running away from engagements. Camel archers are being sent in here as a final desperate effort to raid, I assume, but blue is on the way to Imperial, and I would assume he would just bring a couple of vills, make a castle here, and start trapping down these buildings. Red trying to get a defensive castle up here. That's actually a good idea, because that's not something that blue can deal with for another 2.5 minutes. After that, the castle is gonna go down as well to Trebs. Red, look at that, he's once again trying to relocate as much as possible. I think the thing that is guaranteeing to win the game for blue's team would be green imping. Because green has a forward position here already, he just needs a couple of Trebs to close the game out right now. It is a 130 villager difference right now. Everybody from Vivi's team has at least 70 vills, whereas only 2 players from Red's team have 70, and they have exactly 70 and 71. Whereas on the other side we have blue with even 116 vills. So, Camel archers will eventually get cleaned up by the Conquistador reinforcements over here, as the water is sort of contested right now, but no one really has a meaningful fishing economy. These organ guns are just shooting at these storm walls, by the way, instead of shooting at these war wagons, interestingly. Once you have good numbers of organ guns, they can definitely do quite a bit of a damage against those war wagons. but you just need better organ gun numbers right now. Improvage on the way for purple, though. So they are not letting it slip out of their hand just yet. Red, once again, trying his best to reboom. Another TC goes down. He's down to 44. Eco. And it looks like we're going to have a Paladin switch, but we're not even going to see that. Once Blue reaches Imperial, CL's team is going to resign, and Vivi's team ends up being victorious on an absolute nail-biter of a series. If you think about the sets, the first 1v1 section, CL's team was leading 2-0. They needed one more win, and they would have actually won that score. Nope. Vivi's team reverse sweep then. Then came CL's team in a very close 2v2. Ended up winning versus Vivi's team. And then Vivi's team retaliates in the final Nomad section. Their position on the map was much better, I believe, but that's just part of Nomad. And Gray and Teal did exactly what they had to. Delay the other players until Green and Blue are just going to snowball this. I think that Koreans was also a better choice as a civilization than Portuguese were, because War Wagons is a really powerful force on Nomad. But overall, very, very nice set over here. 4.5 hours long, so definitely a lot of content to watch. And despite the fact that this involved some lower level players as well, I think that this was a very, very competitive set, and I'm super happy that we decided to go for this one. So Vivi's team takes a 2-1 victory over CL's team in this one. No one is out because this is a group stage, so everybody's gonna play with everybody. But Vivi's team will remain unbeaten after 3 rounds, whereas CL team will take their first defeat. So congrats to Vivi's team here. What a set. Hopefully you have enjoyed.